So I'm gonna start off with a single player run. It'll probably not be too long. And then once we get some people in here, we'll do some multiplayer runs. Well, I can just end it whenever I want, right? You don't need closure. Who cares about closure? It's the journey, not the destination. Okay, how can I gracefully transition the next music? Let's see if I can do this super gracefully. You ready? I think here it comes. Oh, so graceful. Oh my God. That was amazing. Oh, yes. I impressed myself there. Okay. See, there's some holiday event right now. Things are disappearing in Larian. Find the trickster and defeat him in his own game. I want to try this out. Our character's name is Brent. You're Brent, a detective living in Chicago. You have a pistol and a police badge. You're good at finding things and shooting people. You have a car. Today's April 1st. It's nighttime. In front of your apartment building, there's a man lying on the sidewalk. He is bleeding from his head and is moaning softly. Let me check something. Catch the criminal. Okay. We're gonna say we're gonna treat the man's injuries. You want a Karen in the story? You find some bandages in your car and wrap them around the man's head, stopping the bleeding. The man stops moaning. He opens his eyes and looks at you. Thank you, he whispers. You know the man who did this to you? You ask. The man nods. Who shot you? We're gonna catch this criminal so fast. Ken shot me. Why, you ask? The man shrugs. He's gone insane. You nod. Dawn is beginning to break. You can see the sun rising over the horizon. Nice sunrise. Crazy. I don't even know how you do that. Oh, crazy. I've never seen that before. Do you get to manually put it in? Soon the ambulance arrives. Two EMTs rush out and put the man on a stretcher. Will he be all right, you ask? He has a chance, one EMT says. Good, you say. The sun is fully over the horizon now. Ask the man where Ken is. Yeah, I've seen an option, like, if you're like a tier 3 sub, to put like sunglasses on emotes and things like that. I think they're both equal. Your dumpling can't see. Okay. The man shrugs. I don't know. The sun is filling the sky now. It feels nice. That's a good boy, you say. You're holding a gray and black umbrella. Ken is gone, the man says. I don't know where he is. You nod. Look at the direction of the blood markings on the ground to determine where Ken shot him from. You look at the direction of the blood markings on the ground to determine where Ken shot him from. The street is covered in fog, which makes everything a dull gray. Look at the pavement. It is covered in circular blood stains and a long, straight blood smears. The blood on the ground forms a line pointing away from you. You can see 2 bright red splotches on the pavement. They look fresh. Follow... We don't want to follow the bloodlines. We want to go the opposite way from the bloodlines. Follow the direction away from the blood lines to where Ken shot the man from. You're sitting in a car, a black sedan. The man is lying in the backseat of your car, moaning softly. His name is Sam. The car drives down the street. You're wearing a gray suit and tie. You have a revolver on your hip. The sun is shining bright and clear. Why do I have the man? Okay. Tell the EMTs to take Sam to the hospital. Get him out of here. We don't want him. Sure thing. See you in a bit. You tell the EMTs to take Sam to the hospital. The EMTs nod and drive away. They leave you on an empty street. You're standing on a worn asphalt road. The other side of the road is a field. It is fall, and the trees are orange and yellow. What happened just now? Okay. Look for clues. Look around for clues. There's a gray clump of ash on the asphalt. There's a small scrap of orange paper about 2 feet from the ash. It's scrunched up and covered in dust. There's a 4-leaf clover, green and vibrant, growing by itself in the middle of the field. Okay, let's look at the quest log. Examine the clover. It's telling us what to do. Examine the clover. We want to get those scales. I haven't been logging on. Oh. Achievement earned. Trickery. The first clue. We've gotten 25 scales. The morning sun lights up the clover, which is growing alone in a sea of yellow and orange. Each leaf is perfect, vibrant green. The stem is thin. It does not appear strong enough to hold the delicate leaves. It sways in the wind. There's dew on every leaf. There's something magical about this plant. Pick the clover. Look. So we're just following the story, I guess. Congrats, you completed a step in the quest and were rewarded with an avatar. Okay, you bend over and pluck the beautiful, vibrant clover from the earth. The stem is thin and frail on your fingers. There's a long, thick black hair on the clover stem. It's about 18 inches long and slightly curly. Is it the curliest hair? Here, let's force this. Let's see. Recall who maintains this field. You recall that the city mows the grass on the sides of the roads in the suburbs. You look around, the field is surrounded by suburbs. It's not it's not likely that someone is able to maintain the glorious patch of green so close to the civilization. You are on the road you are on is going through a forest. What did it tell us to do? Go to a mountain? Okay, I guess we're going to do it. Go to the Forbidden Mountains. It's weird having the game like generate what we're supposed to be doing to follow this quest line. Wow, we got more scales. You drive your car down the main road towards the Forbidden Mountains. The road is covered in puddles from a recent rainstorm, each reflecting a perfect image of the clear blue sky. There are trees on either side of the road, dropping their leaves into the puddles. We're going to explore the far side of the river. Give us those sweet, sweet scales. You drive up the gravel road through the forest until it fades into grassy fields. The mountains are ahead of you. The river to your right. There's a narrow trail through the grass leading towards the mountains. You can see where the other cars have driven over the trail. It leads up a hill through some trees. Investigate the corruption. So it tells us our active thing on the top right. Look to see if there is any corruption. There's a large patch of grass on the other side of the river that is brown, dead, and lacking life where it is not green. The surrounding area is green and healthy. The trees nearest the dead patch are sickly and their leaves are falling off. You can see that the ground under them is barren. JudgeBot, the dead patch of grass is a result of the orcs attack. You lose 2 points. Okay. Investigate the corruption. So it started off that we're a private eye or something, or a detective and a dude got shot, and now we have a magical clover and there's orcs attacking. Okay. And all this bonker stuff is happening and we're basically just following the prompts the game is giving us. You You walk across the bridge, your boots echoing on steel. The river is calm and still here. Without a ripple, it is wider than you thought, about 100 feet across. There are fish in the water, visible as dark shadows beneath the surface. You reach the other side and turn to look at the bridge. From this angle, you can see that the steel has started to rust. There are thick green vines growing up the concrete pillars that hold up the bridge. The vines are fat and healthy, although they droop listlessly in the still air. Investigate the corruption. You investigate the corruption. Let's get us that point. You walk across the field, heading for a patch of dead grass. You hold your breath as you approach it. There's a hissing sound as you step onto the boundary. It's cool to the touch, like the metal of a car in wintertime. The patch is about 30 feet wide. Investigate. The corruption. There we go. It's in the middle of a dead patch of grass. It is in the middle of a dead patch of grass is a pile of clothes. Looks like a person has lain down in the field and never gotten back up. The clothes look like they came from the olden days. There's a long black cape on top of the pile. Look around for a dark figure. This is like metagaming the story. Our character is psychic. You look around the dead patch of grass, but see nothing unusual. There is a large oak tree to your left. It is a thick trunk covered in moss and sprawling roots, straining towards you, as if they were trying to pull you towards the center of the field. Walk towards the center of the field. You step into the dead patch of grass. It feels colder than the other grass. It makes you feel numb, like you've been laying on a block of ice for hours. The hissing gets louder, and you notice there are vines growing all over the ground. You're fighting monsters. Fighting monsters is hard. Shoot the vines with your revolver. As they always say, never bring a vine to a gunfight. The vines hiss as bullets tear through them. They squirm and twist, but do not break. They grow back together almost as fast as you can destroy them. You fire 4 more shots faster than you would any other enemy, but the vines just grow back, stronger than ever. Pull out your magic clover and drive the corruption away. The vines wither and die as the magic clover purifies the ground. There's a white female figure standing in the middle of the dead patch. Her skin is pale and her ears are pointed. She has long blonde hair and she's wearing a flowing white dress. Welcome back. We're going to greet the woman. Hello, she says. I'm the Lady of the Wood. You have freed me from the corruption that has taken over this land. You're welcome here, friend. If you're seeking the wizard, he's in the tower behind you. The vines hiss and a black cloud appears in front of you. Find out who the dark figure is. We're metagaming the hell out of this adventure. It's telling us what our quest is here for rewards, and we're just doing them. The cloud twists and writhes before your eyes. It solidifies into the form of a woman. She is taller and slender with long black hair. Several tattoos cover her arms and legs. She's wearing a leather jacket and little else. She tosses her long black hair behind her shoulder and stares at you. Greet the woman in the leather jacket. Oh, we got a new avatar. Cool. Hello, you say. It is good to meet you, the woman smiles and shakes your hand. My name is Diana. I've been trapped in the corruption for days. I'm glad you are here to rescue me. The Lady of the Wood has already rescued you, you say. I'm simply passing through. How do you two know? Actually, let's not do that. Where did the corruption come from? From orcs, like it said earlier, because that's ridiculous. It's the work of an evil wizard, she says. The woman has her arm wrapped around your shoulders and she leans into you. She grabs your hand and places it on her stomach. Do you feel that? She says. Our baby is still alive inside me. We need to get to a hospital. How is it our baby? How can we be having a baby if we skip the fun part? We just skip right to the work? Come on. I'm a human and you are a human. Is it not obvious how the baby came to be? I suppose. We need to go now. The woman pulls you to your feet and the pair of you start running. The vines try to stop you, but she uses her magic to destroy them. Okay. You give birth and raise our child. I'll find the source of the corruption. Deal? I think this is a fair division of labor. The woman nods. I'll find a way to help you, you say. You hug her and she helps you back. She takes her hand and leads you to a small house near the edge of the forest. She opens the door and you enter the house. Guys, do not act like my character is acting to a pregnant woman. Unless she is saying that it's your baby and you have never ever met her before and that's not possible. In that case, then it's fine. The house is small and cluttered and very clean. Dozens of stuffed toys are piled up in the living room. I will start a fire, she says. You should lie down on the bed. She lights a few pieces of wood in the fireplace and puts them together to make a fire. I need to find the wizard that created the corruption. Okay, I need to see something. Let's look at the quests. Yeah, we're still following this trickster thing. Go to the tower near the castle ruins, she says. She points to a large stone tower. The wizard's name is Fyson Trellick. Thanks, you say. You turn around and head towards the tower. You walk along the path and reach a huge wooden door. Hey! Fyson Trellick. Are you the source of the corruption? The door creaks open and you see a young man with messy black hair. He's wearing a purple robe. It looks like he was writing a large book. He closes the book and stares at you. I am Weiss and Trellick, he says. Who are you? Brent. Oh, as you step into a glade, something happens. Welcome to my game, says a voice. Whoa. We completed the Trickster Part 1. The Robo-Leprechaun has caught you in a trap. Beat him at a card game and defeat him to exist. I mean, whoa, my brain melted there. Beat him at his card game to defeat him and escape. How to play. Drive the health of your opponent or the number of cards in their hand to 0. Select 5 avatars from the options, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to do this without understanding the rules, like a good Let's Player. Hey, Carlos, how's it going? Ready. I don't know what this is. Okay. Your turn. Select a card to make a move. Discard it or redraw to end your turn. You draw 1 card per turn. Blah, blah, blah. What is this? It grants energy. We're going to play this guy. Where does it say what my energy is? Your energy is 0. I have no freaking clue, my friend. Select a card and make a move. Blah, 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 blah. We're gonna get more energy. We're gonna get more energy. We're gonna heal and attack. Okay. Oh. What the shit? Actually, we're gonna do this. Oh my god, what's that? The Flying Walenda. Select a card to make a move. We're going to draw 2 and do 3 damage. How do I win this? Okay, this guy does a lot of damage. You cannot choose a card. Wait. Oh, it costs energy. Okay. We're gonna do this. Get AI move. Domplin and Domplina? Come on, kill this person. We won! I don't even know what was going on. I was just looking at numbers. Do we get anything for beating him? I'm not gonna start a new game. Why would I? It doesn't say we have a win. What the heck? We totally won that. Okay, let's okay, who are you? I'm a friend of the Lady of the Wood. How can I help you? Give me something to drink from your cauldron. The wizard leads you to the cauldron and gestures you as you kneel beside it. Okay, by the way, in chat, how many of you guys are here to play multiplayer? Because I want to do groups of 2. Like groups of 2 plus me, so groups of 3. Give me something to drink from your cauldron. The wizard leads you to the cauldron and gestures for you to kneel beside it. You may drink the enchanted waters of my cauldron. Okay. We're going to get to that very soon, Carlos. We'll get to it very soon. I'm just doing a small single player thing to get some people here so we can actually start setting some stuff up. You may drink from the enchanted waters of my cauldron, but only if you answer one question correctly. What is the question? The wizard smiles. What do you want more than anything else? You see a glass of water on the table. I want that glass of water, you say. Oh, God. Just kidding. I want infinite wishes, infinite money, infinite health, and a free pass to Hot Chick Island. That's what I want more than anything. I'm a man of simple wants. The wizard roars with laughter. Genie, Marasu, Baxis, Maligno, Kala Mandalas, La, Shub Nigarath, Nyarla Thotep, Haster, Azathoth, Yog Sotot. He says in a strange voice. Okay, so we got all Lovecraft here. What the hell did you just say, you ask? The potion is ready. Drink it and your wish will come true, Trellick says in a normal voice. How do I know this isn't poison? I don't know you aren't planning to kill me after I make my wish. Trellick laughs. If you don't trust me, you can always drink the liquid nitrogen that I have stored in the container at my work desk. You can see what's written in the book Trellick was writing in, can you? You stare at the book Trellick was writing in earlier. So, I'm gonna drop the magic purifying clover into the potion and drink it. Yeah, I like how he's like, oh, we'll give you a really good, friendly drink. Cthulhu! Oh, old gods! You drop the clover and gulp it down. A strange feeling overtakes you. You are compelled to sit down and write a review of Trellick's book on Amazon. You write a positive review and recommend it to all lines of fantasy fiction. Wow, that was the potion he wanted. That's what he put his magic into, was compelling good reviews. You'd never heard of Amazon before, but you're pretty sure that's what you just did. Luckily, the potion's effects wear off after a few days and you're back to normal. Before you leave, Trellick hands you a vial of green liquid. If you ever run out of wishes, just drink this. I wish to go to Hot Chick Island. This is for you, goats. Wherever you are, this wish is for you. As soon as you make your wish, a portal opens up in the middle of the room. You step through it and find yourself on a beach. To your left and right are two groups of fans of opposing NFL football teams arguing over which one's better, the Patriots or the Falcons. Walk up to them and say, obviously, the Seahawks. get too angry. The group turn as one and point at... And wait, the groom turn as one and point, and they grab you and take you to an underground prison cell with ancient runes scratched into the walls. You spend several days there until the morning that the guards come for you. The Grand Necromancer has demanded that we execute you. Hey, do we have? Let me just check my Discord real fast. Hey, Doctor. Well, okay, we have Doctor here, we have Carlos here. Do you guys want to do the first round with me? Do you two want to do the first round of multiplayer with me? And then we will get some other peeps to do round 2. Okay. Oh. So let's wrap this up super fast. How about this? The Grand Necromancer executes you. There we go. That's how you wrap up a story. How are you doing, Doctor? Himself on his throne. This is the last wish you get. The moral of the story is... don't drink green potions that wizards give to you. After your execution, Sam, we never found the killer Ken, or the shooter Ken. Is driven to suicide by his guilt over your death. The EMTs are forced to take the writer of the book into a mental asylum, and the Lady of the Wood is never heard from again. After your execution, the mother of your future child, I don't remember what her name was. I just know that she was basically naked but in a leather jacket. It's so distraught. Oh, Jesus. That she miscarries. Oh. The book is dedicated to you, the reader, and all the people whose lives you touched, and all the good you've done in your life. That was a dark line to end on. Let's rewrite this. The mother of your future child is never born, so I guess she time traveled and didn't exist. I think you can. I'm guessing you can, but not with multiple characters. Like, you can turn any single player story into a multiplayer story, right? But you all take control of the same character. Okay. So we've completed part 1. How do you use avatars, by the way? Do you know how to use avatars? Oh. Okay, 1 second. 1 second. Oh, cool. Oh, there's some nice avatars. Who do I want my avatar to be? I'll be this guy because it's horrible. I'll be the worst one. Oh, really? I didn't realize it was AI generated. Okay. So before we start, we're gonna make a few things clear real fast. So I'm gonna run down the rules. This applies to this game and the future games, and we might modify it down the road. But here's what I've written. So, number 1, role play your character. That means don't use the story inputs to do external factors out of your character in general. I might do that personally, but for now, so much as you can, use do or say prompts that align with your character's goals. So the idea is that, you know, try to take the role of your person and be that person for the sake of the story. Number 2, work together to build a story. That means play patiently so that we have time to react. We're doing this on stream, so I'm reading it out. So last session, it kind of became a bit of a mess with, like, as I'm reading one, then the next thing is being added, and then the previous one is getting deleted, and it became something that I wasn't really able to read along, and I also wasn't able to do any inputs. So for the sake of this playthrough, we're going to slow down a bit. We're not going to do a turn order right now, but if things are still chaotic after today's sessions, we might start playing with a turn order. But anyways, work together to build a story, play patiently, read the AI text before you respond. So don't do your response if someone else has just done one and you haven't read what the AI says happens. And we're going to try to work together for an overarching goal. Okay, I'll get to that in 1 second, Carlos. So when I say work together to the same overarching goal, that doesn't mean we can't be adversarial with each other, but it more means, like, if our goal is to, like, save the princess, then we're going to be going towards that together. Don't have us going to get the princess and then your character going on vacation to Cancun and have the AI trying to do both things simultaneously. We're moving in the same direction as a group and doing our actions together. And basically defer to me like a GM in a sense. So that means try to avoid undoing other people's things, stuff like that. Yes. With regards to story, okay, Carlos, you can use story like that. But you know what I mean. The idea behind me saying don't, like, role play your character is don't use story to be like, this other character that is not me comes in and kills everyone or something, right? The idea is that you're supposed to control your character's input. You're not supposed to control the world's inputs. So that's what I mean. And so I kept it as do or say to make it simple, but there's clearly exceptions if you get why I put that rule in place. And the other thing I should just state is that there's going to be different people who have, you know, different levels of role play, who, you know, take things more seriously than others or take things less seriously. If this adventure doesn't go the way you want, let's not lash out at each other, right? Like, we're learning, we're figuring this out together. This is for fun, and we'll figure it out. So this is all for fun. When I send out the multiplayer code, I'll post it in Discord. You guys will probably see it on stream. I only want the two people who are playing with me each session to join. If someone keeps, like, let's say we have, you know, game 1 is going to be Carlos, Doctor, and myself, and let's say someone named, like, Beelzebub69 keeps joining. He's on our Discord. He keeps joining, and doesn't wait for his turn to play. I'm not going to invite him to future games. It's just not going to happen, and I'm going to start DMing the password to people. So let's just be respectful and try to make this as good as we can, and have some fun. Okay. Okay. So, new game, multiplayer. What kind of scenario do you two want to do, Carlos and Doctor? We can do a vacation to Cancun story. We just all have to go. I don't want you to be in Cancun and me to be in Alaska. Unless there's a an issue where the world gets jumbled and Cancun and Alaska get combined. Okay. I don't know certain things about multiplayer. I'm not sure if you're supposed to define who you is. Want to go to Cancun? We can do that. Custom prompts, baby. And at the end of the stream, I might do a battle royale and just bring a bunch of people in. Murder mystery in Cancun. Okay. My character's name. Fantasy Cancun. Yeah. Okay, how about this? My name is gonna be Lucky. I'm Lucky. I don't know how to phrase prompts with multiplayer. So first things first. Here, 1 second. Invite players. Here, I should write the prompt first. Okay. You have saved up and pooled your money to afford a trip to Cancun with your friends. You have just arrived at the hotel in Cancun. Yeah? Okay. Let's see. You are in a group of friends that has saved up and pooled their money for a vacation to, well, that's a Vakatuib. Vacation to Cancun. Whatever. We'll figure this out. Okay, so do I send you guys the command before I start the prompt? Listen, we can have magic here. We can have spaceships here. It doesn't matter. Things can get wacky. We just don't want to, like, tear ourselves apart. You know what I mean? Yeah, this isn't about, like, super serious hour. This can be goofy. Okay. So only you two should join, but I've sent you the code on Discord. Wow. Is this telling us to hook up? That's what the password looks like. Jeez, that's not the kind of vacation we wanted. Let's see something real fast. Okay, we got one. We got one in. So we got Carlos in, and now we just need the doctor, the good doctor, to join. Okay. We got the doctor in. Let me just delete this real fast. I don't think I need to delete it because I think I trust people on our Discord. Okay, we're gonna start this off. You're in a group of friends that have saved up and pooled their money for a vacation to Cancun. You have just arrived at the hotel in Cancun. It is now late, and you are all too tired to go out and explore the hotel or the beach. You decide to head to bed. The next morning at breakfast, you spot a few friends from your high school and their parents. The parents seem very keen on talking with your group. Okay. Gosh, Dad, I want to vacation with my friends. Alone. Your dad hears your outburst and scolds you for speaking so rashly to your friends. He says that if you do not want to spend time with your friends, then you are free to fly back to the States and stay in our house by yourself. He did not understand. This is just turned into like the classic, like, sulky teens and overbearing parents story. Charles steps in. It's not what Lucky meant, though. He wants you to leave, Charles says. What will you do next? You can't really blame your dad. He's just looking out for your best interest. You know that he is disappointed that you aren't interested in the same things as your friends. But he doesn't make it a point to interfere whenever possible. At this point, you're ready to head back home. This game better not send me back home. If this game is like, you go back to your house and stay alone. You eat Dunkaroos. We paid $1,000 for the flight here, and I'm willing to pay $1,000 for you to go back home. William goes to the beach. After a few more days of hanging out at the hotel and exploring the hotel and beaches nearby, you and your friends are bored. You suggest going deep sea fishing. Your dad used to take you when you were little, and you really enjoyed it. Your dad agrees to pay for the excursion as long as you keep your grades up. Okay. Deep sea fishing. I guess we're gonna... Okay. Deep sea fishing sounds fun. I sure hope there's no big scary krakens or something. I like planting ideas in the AI's head without actually making it happen. Just like, AI's like, oh, there are. Those exist in Cancun now. The crew and passengers of the deep-sea fishing boat are excited to see your large group. Your dad negotiated a good price for your big group, so everyone is smiling. The captain says he will lower 3 boats into the water and accommodate you and your friends. Who do you want to go with? Deep-sea fishing, hell yeah. The 3 boats are lowered into the water. One of the crew members gives you all a rundown on how to steer the boat, how to use the equipment, how to reel in fish once you've caught one. You're all set. The captain wishes you luck and lets you be. You find yourself steering the boat towards deeper waters. Well, at least this seems to... Oh, actually, never mind. I was going to say, like, oh, at least it knows that it's fishing in Cancun. And then I realized that William, that Frostpunk, was like, oh, let's go to the beach. So maybe it didn't have that association. It probably did, though. It wrote me episodes of The Simpsons. It's got to know all that. What do you need to find out that's important? Charles stops to think for a moment. Could this be dangerous, he asks himself? After all, you are all just kids. He has a point. Should you really be out on the open sea like this? Well, we've come this far. As a wise man once said, I think it was Shakespeare. YOLO? We've all come this far. As a wise man once said, I think it was Shakespeare. YOLO? YOLO, you all chant, before speeding the boats right into the middle of the ocean. After about an hour or so, you stop to reel in your lines. You've caught a few medium-sized fish, but nothing you'd consider a jackpot. Charles says he thinks you've strayed too far from land. Yeah, I think this is working with the, we have the kind of, William says, hang on, I think I've got a hold of a big one. AI is loading. Captain, we've got a big one here. You turn and shout to the captain in the main boat. He quickly orders his crew to reel you in. But they're having trouble with their equipment. Captain, the equipment isn't working. We're being pulled under. Yeah, I think that thus far this seems to be working without the turn order. We kind of have it. It seems like where it's like when you see someone else typing, it's kind of like, okay, what are they going to say? Someone has an idea. And that seems to work as long as people are... Let go of the fishing rods. That'll save us. Yeah. I put it. I think that's fine too. You let go of your fishing rod without hesitation. Captain, take us back, you shout to him. The entire boat is being pulled underwater. Everyone can feel it. Our weight is making the boat sink. Yeah, I put it as a little bit of a black and white rule for the sake of, like, making it simple. But if you get the intent of the rule, I'm cool with you doing story mode as long as it's to control your character. Oh god, are we gonna die? William says, panicking. Captain, we're going under. What do you want us to do? The fishing boat is now half underwater. Your crew is desperately trying to pull you in, but it's no use. You see your dad quickly jump off the boat and swim frantically to the surface. Dad, I'm gonna hit enter because it's incomplete. Now I feel bad for being a dick to my dad. Dad, what are you doing? You cry out. The water is now at a level where you can barely stand. I'm sorry, son. I love you. We haven't even looked in the water to see what's pulling us down. We just know that there's we're just like, it's a kraken. I made a joke about a kraken earlier. That's all it could be. Charles says, is that a tentacle? Dad, I know you're not my dad, but still, watch out. The water reaches a level where it's now over your head. You cannot see anything besides a blur of color. You reach out your hand and you grab something slimy. It's one of the fishing lines. Everything slows down as you feel yourself being pulled underwater by a large force. Multiplayer death speedrun. Until you finally grab something solid. It's William's hand. You both face the water, where you're now floating calmly. You see the tentacles reaching out for you. One of them grasps onto your back and pulls you under. I'm gonna bite the tentacle. Bites the tentacle. It is funny sometimes where there's like certain lines that you try to say and the AI is just like, no, I don't want that in my story, and we'll just ignore it no matter how many times you say it. You bite into the tentacle, which is extremely painful for both you and the monster. The monster screams and finally lets you go. You and William swim desperately away from it. The sun is high in the sky now. Your crew has already caught a few fish, but they are so small. Who cares about the fish we caught? Charles, Dad, where are you two? William says, Jesus, that was scary. I hope Charles is okay. This is... Captain, we need a bigger boat. You yell at the captain, who is standing on the upper deck. You kids are really good at fishing, he says with a laugh. Hey, we almost died. This is no joke, Charles replies, quite annoyed. The captain orders his men to lower a rowboat. Looks for his dad. Is my dad dead? Lucky looks for his dad. You look everywhere for your dad, but he's nowhere to be found. Hey, can we go back now? Says the captain. Of course, son. Take a seat and we'll be there shortly. The men pull away from the giant monster that was trying to eat you. Then we just left my dad? My dad's still down there. Sorry, kid. We can't risk losing any more men. It's too dangerous. You and William return to your boat seats without another word. Charles watches you from the upper deck with a worried expression. As the boat pulls away further from the scene, you become increasingly frustrated with the situation. See, I told you Dad shouldn't have followed me to Cancun. He died because he's such an overbearing father. Yeah, but they killed my dad. It's Kraken. Charles puts his head on Lucky's shoulder. He was a good man. Terrible dad, but a good man. He'll never be forgotten. Eventually, you spot land. Captain, land ahoy, you say to the captain. All right, men, prepare for landfall. Charles, do you think the rumors are true? That if you get pulled down by a kraken in Cancun, you become an immortal merman? Yeah, I guess we live in Cancun now. I heard that if you give a kraken a ride, it will reward you with by being your loyal servant for life. That's R-worded. You know as well as I do that a person can't survive in the depths of the sea. Maybe it isn't true, but I'd rather not take that risk. If it saved my life. So I think this is in terms of a TOS word on Twitch. So I'm going to say R-worded. You know as well as I do that a person can't survive in the crushing depths of the sea. Wow. Maybe it isn't true, but I'd rather not take that risk if it saved my life. Yeah, maybe our dad's alive as an immortal merman, but who cares? I just said that so I don't have to be crushed by depression for the rest of this playthrough. William says, ... You sit there in silence as your crewmates laugh and talk loudly. Be careful what you wish for, William says under his breath. William probably like lost his dad to a kraken before, and his dad came back as an immortal merman, and now he's like, merman dads aren't as good as you think. Murdad. That's true. By the way, just so you guys know, I'm cool with you guys doing like multiple commands in a row if it's kind of like, you know, if your character is in the center of what's happening at that moment. Like what happened when my dad was drowning, I did a couple in a row. It's, you know, it's cool. You don't have to worry. It's just kind of like play with a certain balance. You know what I mean? That's all. But anyways, I think this is going great thus far. Charles says, anyway, where are we now? This isn't Cancun. The captain turns around and smiles. We've reached the sultry archipelago, my friends. Sultry. You see that large island over there? It holds many treasures, like unimaginable amounts of chocolate, rubies the size of children's fists, and beautiful women. What about the women, you ask? Nice! This is going to be a lot more fun now that my dad's not here looking over my shoulder. Because my dad's probably hitting up some mermaids right now. Hopefully the mermaids are top half women and not bottom half women. There are 69 women, he replies. Sounds like heaven, Lucky stutters. All right, men. Prepare the rowboat for shore, the captain yells. The rowboat is lowered once again. You still feel a little shaken up from your encounter with a kraken. Are you okay, kid? The captain asks. 69? Nice, William says. The crew bursts into laughter as the rowboat touches down on Sultry Island. What's so funny, you ask? Befuddled. The 69 women, it's a joke, Charles says sheepishly. Oh. You laugh anyways, because why not? The four of you approach the tropical islands. 69 women? That's 17.25 for each of us. The men burst into laughter once again. That's only if we all like the same girl. What? The captain says with a wink. You walk along the shore admiring the beautiful view. You spot a small village up ahead, people milling about and going about their day. Charles sprints towards the village yelling, I want chocolate. You, the captain, and William follow Charles at a more reasonable pace. The villagers all stop and stare as you approach them, looking up from their daily work. Hello there, I was hoping you could help me, the captain says to the villager. Do you know how I could find my way to Cancun? Why the hell would you want to go to Cancun right now? And if the captain doesn't know where Cancun is, then how the hell did he know about this island with a population of 69? You know what sucked though? We're like, oh, it's an island of 69 women. That's amazing. But what if it was an island of 69 women and 100,000 men? That'd be terrible. That'd be an awful ratio. We don't know what the man situation is here. We just assume it's awesome. Exactly. So like this could be like Alaska. That's terrible. Exactly, Carlos. Charles says, but why would they all want to go back to Cancun? They have an infinite chocolate here. Charles says as he eats a bar of chocolate. You have no idea where he got the chocolate from. The villagers stare at Charles. They shift uncomfortably, looking scared and worried. We all have to go back to Cancun, one of the villagers says. Why, you ask? Have you ever heard of the Olmec prophecy? Another one asks. Go on. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. It worked. Lucky says, go on. The villager tells you there's an ancient Olmec prophecy, which says that at the end of every month, all of the people on Earth will disappear. Wait, how come we've never heard about this? William asks. We always return to Cancun, and then we're reborn again, a villager says. Even my dad? Yeah, that seems like a... I'm calling BS on that prophecy. They just want us to leave. You're telling me every month everyone in the world disappears? The villagers nod. The crewmates look shocked. This can't be real, Charles says quietly. You realize that even your memories of past loops are fake. The villagers continue to stare at you as you try to wrap your head around this new information. They seem to be telling the truth, but how could it be true? So, this definitely changed. This definitely changes things up. You were mean to the monster. You lose 1 point. Our score is 9. Cthulhu awakens. Are you telling me it wasn't a kraken? From his slumber in the deep ocean trenches, and he destroys the world once every month? Your brain hurts at the thought of it. Charles says, I'm calling BS on this prophecy. And the two begin to yell at each other. Wait, one of the village men gets angry at Charles, and the two begin to yell at each other. The argument heats up quickly, and it looks like a fight might break out. Hey, knock it off. We're all friends here, the captain yells at the men. The men stop arguing, but give each other a nasty glare. I also call BS on the prophecy. I'm going to heat up this argument again. You know what they say about deja vu? The deja vu is just you tapping in to the past loops from the monthly demise that you face. The other villagers angrily turn to you and begin muttering things in Spanish that you don't understand. What did they say? Charles asks. It said they hope a sea monster eats us, you explain. Sweet, Charles says, and gives a toothy grin to the villagers. William says, what about that monster that almost ate us? That wasn't a kraken, that was a fucking Cthulhu. Or that was fucking Cthulhu. In unison, the villagers all point to a small house in the corner of the village. Cthulhu sleeps in that house, one villager says. Only Dagon knows when he will wake. Why don't we just commit a... little arson on Cthulhu's house. Hey Matt, how's it going? I wonder if he took our dad there, like if he's like holding my dad like a teddy bear. The villagers look a bit angry at Lucky for that remark. Arson isn't funny, you explain to the crew. I mean, we should definitely commit arson on Cthulhu's house, but I don't think they'll find it very funny. The villagers begin whispering amongst themselves. They all seem to be scared of you now. Yeah. Hey, Matt, how's it going? We're doing a little multiplayer round with myself, the Doctor from Frostpunk, and C. Mieres. And what's happened is we went on a trip to Cancun, and our parents came along, and we're like, oh, guys, we just wanted to trip alone. And my dad is all like, oh, why don't you just go home if you're going to complain? Then we went on a fishing trip, and a kraken came and attacked us and dragged my dad underwater. And then it appears that this kraken might have been Cthulhu. And so we took the ship over to to an island with infinite chocolate and 69 women. And they're telling us that there's an ancient Olmec prophecy where every month, if you go back to Cancun or something, everyone in the world dies and then is reborn, and it's a monthly thing. And we realize that this happens all the time, and that our past loop memories were fake or something. And now we're talking about Cthulhu's house. Yep, it all makes sense. I think you're all caught up. Charles turns to Lucky. I wonder if Cthulhu is keeping your dad in that house, Charles says. You turn to the villagers, trying to think of a good question. What do you ask the villagers? The bartender gives you a mean glare. Why are you lot so interested in Cthulhu anyways, he asks. His voice is harsh and grating. I have a very good reason, you say. William has thoughts of awakening Cthulhu. Yeah, exactly. This is our second time trying multiplayer. We've implemented some rules to try to make it a bit more sane. We still want it to be goofy, but we want it to be something you can follow along with. The villagers all begin whispering angrily to each other. You're one of them, aren't you? One of them asks, her voice filled with venom and malice. You want to wake up the old one, another accuses. Shh, Keep your voice down, the bartender warns. I just want my dad to be alive again. And also maybe some women, but honestly, this island isn't really living up to my expectations. Yeah, we were told that this was like, oh, the villagers all laugh cruelly at Lucky's remark. Got them, one of the men asks, and they all begin to surround the trio. The bartender begins walking over to the bar. He takes out a large double-barreled shotgun. I'm sorry about this. What the fuck just happened? So here's what we're doing. Here, I'll post this stuff here right now. Twitter, this is my Twitter. We have a Discord channel for this community. We're doing multiplayer games. For multiplayer games, I wrote down a set of rules, and one of the things is we're only doing groups of me plus 2 other people, and we're taking turns per story. So because we don't want to overwhelm it and have it too chaotic. So we're doing this run with just myself, Carlos, and Doctor, and the next run we'll do myself and 2 other people. So you're welcome to join as long as you like pop on the Discord, look at the rules, understand what we're trying to do. William flees. You turn and begin sprinting out of the bar. The villagers shout angrily at you, and a few of them begin chasing you. They all move at a sluggish pace, so you easily lose them in the jungle. You return to the beach, hoping your friends are okay. Have you guys ever played that game, Call of Cthulhu, Dark Corners of the Earth? Because this is reminding me a lot of that, where you're getting chased by all the Innsmouth town villagers, whatever. Oh, nice. Yeah, you've played some AI Dungeon, I presume? Okay. Looks around to see if all his friends are here. Oh, cool. Carlos, I do want to stick to the 2 people for now. And then after we wrap up this story, we can have Matt in on another game if he wants to join. And I want to stick to the 2 people per stream thing. For the 2 people per run thing for this stream, and then maybe open it up next time. Lucky looks around and sees, okay, now that you're not being chased by angry villagers, you have time to take a look at the beach. The sand is a pale red color. It's very hot. There are no palm trees on this beach, only strange coral formations. The water is very clear. You see many fish swimming around the coral. You were looking at pretty coral. You lose 1 point. Sure thing. Let me just... You have Discord? You don't have to join the Discord. I can read out the rules to you and give you the code if you want. Lucky, so glad you made it out alive. Those people are crazy, Charles says, still eating chocolate. You and Charles turn to look at William. He also has a few pieces of chocolate in his hands. I think we should go see Cthulhu, William says, eyeing the fish. 3 of you are at a loss for words. What? Lucky asks, not understanding why your friend would say something so insane. Yeah, this game is pretty insane. It's really, really wonderful. So William has gone full, like, let's summon the old ones. He seems to have gone a little bit off the deep end at some point. Maybe this is why he was so adamant on us going to Cancun as opposed to anywhere else. We all thought that all this Lovecraftian shit was in New England, but it turns out it was in Mexico. Charles says, I think he's right. Don't get me wrong. I hate your dad, but there's a chance he's still alive. We should try rescuing him. Oh, sure thing. Charles points out that if your dad is alive, then you should try to save him. Now that I think about it, your dad could be in danger, you say. We have to save them both. The three of you pack up your camp and begin walking along the beach. Should we make weapons just in case? Yeah, look for the really, really fucking big, weird house with architecture that doesn't make sense. That's probably Cthulhu's house. You all agree that making weapons would be a good idea. You find a fairly straight branch, about as big around as your wrist. You cut it down with your machete. Wait, if I have a machete, then why don't I just use that as my weapon? With your knife, you make a rough edge at one end of the stick. Children would know how to, like, our characters are probably like graduating high school, right? Like high school, college. We'd be able to make a spear. Oh, nice. I totally never do the pins because I'm not smart. Yeah, it's like, we should get weapons. Here, I'll use this machete to make a club. No, use the machete. It's fine. Oh, thanks a lot for the follow. Yeah, I do, just so you know, I do AI Dungeon every Saturday, and then all the other days of the week. Tuesday, I play terrible, like, really low-rated games. Friday, I play spooky games, and every other day of the week, I just do variety games. So, if you're, like, exclusively into AI Dungeon, I do that every Saturday, but otherwise, I do all sorts of kind of stuff. You all laugh and begin. Wait, Charles says, great. With these trash weapons, we can surely take on an eldritch being. Let's go. You all laugh and begin moving towards Cthulhu's house. The sun is beginning to set. The sky is a vibrant purple, and the clouds are a mixture of pinks, oranges, and reds. It's very pretty, Charles says. Yeah, William agrees. I think his house is over there. Let me just check something. Okay, I'm gonna be 1 second. Welcome, Matt. I'm going to give you a nickname on Discord so that I know that you're the same person. Okay, Matt, if you could do me a favor, I will summarize it before we do our next game. Yeah, and by take it seriously, it doesn't mean, like, don't be silly. It just means, like, don't hijack the world and don't, like, break off into other areas of the world. Like, if we're in Cancun, don't say that your character is in outer space while the rest of us are in Cancun. Like, our characters don't need to work together, but they need to work together in a story sense where we're moving as a unit. And also just take some time, let it breathe so that everyone has a chance to play, so that you're actually interacting with what the last person said. That's basically it. The last time we did it, it was really, really chaotic, and we had everyone just jumping in at the same time, and it didn't really make any sense. So this is just really, how can we make this breathe without implementing a turn order? And this run is working without doing a turn order, so. Yeah, Carlos, that's the worst. Every time I've gone to Cancun, that's happened. Okay, I think his house is over there. I will, sneaks up to the house and peers inside. You creep up to the house, being careful to avoid the strange coral formations. Why does it care about the coral? Peering in, you see a massive room filled with strange machines and equipment. Also sees your dad strapped to a table with Cthulhu standing over him. Cthulhu looks up and notices you and begins making strange noises. Okay, I'm gonna jump in again. Oh, never mind. Charles says shit. No reason to apologize. That's totally fine. I was being... All three of you turn and begin sprinting. You run, but you hear strange noises and feel a pain shooting through your leg. You look down and see a thin dart with a glowing tip embedded in your leg. The stars begin to swirl as you fall to the ground. You black out. Okay, we're gonna hit enter again to see what happens. I was just gonna do a Cthulhu impression to see if he thinks I'm his friend. You waken in a cell. You're lying on a pad. You're dressed in your clothes from yesterday. Your dad is in the cell with you, sitting against a wall and writing in a notebook. He looks up, surprised to see you awake. You look at your leg and see the dart has been removed. Okay, so we're fine. We're in a cell. We're alive. It didn't kill us. My dad is not dead. Is he a merman, though? The question is, did he become an invincible merman? PAD is an acronym for... Personal Accessible Digital Device. How are you feeling, champ? I'm fine, you say, standing up and feeling your leg. There's no wound, but you feel a bruise. Was it worth it? Visiting your crazy friends, I mean? You know how I know they're my friends? I'm gonna hit enter. Because we're in the middle of a thought. How? Because they're the only people who've ever been nice to me or visited. Your dad simply nods. Cthulhu enters the room, carrying a tray of food. It's time for lunch. You look at your dad, who nods. The three of you eat lunch together. So it says the three of us. So is one of us not here? I like how Cthulhu is just like a dude. Well, maybe three of us ate lunch together, and then you are not eating because there's not enough food. Yeah, honestly, just don't worry too much. We'll figure out the setting, and then we can kind of determine on the fly. It'll be all good. Yep, yeah, you can. So the idea is you can work against us. You can be mean to us. You can do any of that stuff. Just don't split up the story branches. It's like if we're trying to get the goblet in the mountain, then don't you walk in the other direction while we're going there and start some other shit in the world, so it has to keep track of both things. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how that works. I'm cool with trying it. It'll just be interesting to know how it is, because if you're the enemy, then naturally we're going to be adversarial against each other, which means naturally we're probably going to try to kill each other, which in AI Dungeon can lead to death pretty fast, which can lead to the end of a character pretty fast, you know? So there's things to be... So I'm fine with it as an idea, but, you know, it depends on how it plays out, right? Unless you keep doing that thing like, oh, you wake up, it was a dream, you're fine. Oh, a beam of light came from the sky and resurrected you. Like, then you can go, you know. Okay, where's William? He's in his room, your dad says. Ah, I'll go say hi later. The next couple of days are fairly boring. Oh, wait. Oh, I missed the previous thing because I was talking. You notice one of you is missing. You wonder where William is. Where's William? He's in his room, your dad says. Ah, I'll go say hi later. The next couple of days are fairly boring. Cthulhu brings you, your dad, and William food and drinks every so often. You eat and drink what you are given. Yeah, I've never really done multiplayer. The big difference is when you write do commands, instead of writing in second person, you write in third person. So instead of doing it like you, and then for the do command, you write like, go to the store, you like eat some lettuce, you go like, Lucky goes to the store, things like that. Like you change the, yeah, you write it from a third person perspective. William says hello. You and William talk for hours about your adventure in the jungle. He tells you and your dad about the strange, mysterious ways of the great city of London. You talk for so long, you both forget to ask your dad about his work. Eventually, you both run out of conversation. Come on, your dad says. Yeah, that's awesome. Are you in like college, or are you in like are you in secondary school, or are you know? Come on, your dad says, let's go to bed. You follow him to your room and climb into bed. Also, Matt, just so you know, me like describing the second person, third person thing. Don't worry, we'll get there, Frostpunk. That's not me assuming you don't know what second person and third person are. I'm explaining it basically out to chat, and so anyone who's joining stuff like that, you know, gets it. Charles waits until Cthulhu finally falls asleep and approaches Lucky. Charles whispers, I have a plan. We can finally escape. Charles' plan is... You wake up to see... Oh, Jesus. You wake up to see Cthulhu standing in your room. Come on, he says. Get up. We're having a meeting. You stand and notice William is sleeping next to you. Dad, you ask. He's already gone, Cthulhu says. Guys. Okay, sure. We can reroll. Let's do it. Charles waits until Cthulhu finally falls asleep. I have a plan. Charles' plan is... Charles adds, think about it, and walks away. I'm going to reroll again. Let's see if we can actually generate a plan. We start a fire in the fun room. The humans will run in to put it out while they're distracted. We can escape through the underwater tunnel. B. We steal the keys from the sleeping guard and unlock the cells and escape through the underwater tunnel. You must choose A or B. You decide to steal the keys. After hours of waiting for the guard to fall asleep, Charles finally gets up and tiptoes towards the sleeping guard. He grabs the keys from one of their hands as they sleep. So this is just an underwater tunnel. Oh, I did it second person. Lucky whispers, Cthulhu doesn't actually seem that bad. As you whisper to Lucky, you realize that although Cthulhu is a huge monster, he seems peaceful. He's been keeping you alive this whole time. Why would he hurt you now? Lucky nods in response. You begin to wonder if you should escape. Is this some Stockholm syndrome? I'm fine with that. Okay. Guys, I know this is crazy, but I kind of like it here. You guys can escape, but I think I'm gonna stay. Guys, I know this is crazy, but I kind of like it here. You guys can escape, but I think I'm gonna stay. You're shocked by what Lucky just says. Is he serious? Does he actually like this situation? Or is he just saying that to try to save his own life? Lucky, we can't just leave you here. What about your mom, you say? Here, I'm going to just fix the typo real fast. I think I'm going to stay too. You're so shocked you can't find any words. In the 2 years you've known William, he has never done anything for anyone except himself. What's gotten into you, you ask? Life is good here. I get 3 meals a day, a bed, and a job. I don't want to escape. Yeah, we came here for the women and stayed for the Lovecraftian monster. Charles, I think it's up to you to determine what you're doing. Charles says, I'm with you. I want Cthulhu as my dad too. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. You almost laugh at Charles's comment. Not only is it ridiculous, but Charles himself doesn't even believe it. You can see it in his eyes. This is all just a self-preservation tactic. You're taken aback when he repeats the phrase, I'm with you, though. That's twice now. Okay, make a beautiful present for Cthulhu. Oh, dang it, I keep writing in second person. You decide it would be the best to stay on Cthulhu's good side, so you offer a gift for him. Cthulhu is thrilled at your offer. Make it as beautiful and amazing as you can, he says, in between mouthfuls of human flesh. Okay. Oh, cool. I'll take a look at it in a bit. Dang it, man. He's eating human flesh? By the way, your meals are delicious. What is it? Cthulhu smiles at the compliment and tells you, it's a type of fish found only in the darkest depths of the human soul. I've told my chefs to start catching them for you guys. You accept this response as you try to forget about the fact that Cthulhu has been eating your friends. Oh my god. Cthulhu dating sim. I like how he's just like such a kind of like, other than the whole ending the world and killing people and holding them prisoner, he's also just like a chill, reasonable dude. Charles makes the best present ever and gives it to Cthulhu. We want you to adopt us, Cthulhu, Charles tells him. Cthulhu smiles, revealing hundreds of sharp teeth. I'd be happy to. Now you can all join me for dinner. We accept your terms, you say. Cthulhu smiles happily and gobbles up William. Good riddance. Wait, I spelled that wrong. Whatever. William never did anything for anybody except himself. Charles and I can live happily with you, Cthulhu. As you two agree with Cthulhu, you notice that Lucky has a small frown on his face. What's wrong, Lucky? You ask. I don't know. I feel weird about eating people. Maybe we shouldn't talk about it so much, he responds. You nod in response. Okay, how about this? We'll end at the William line. The moral of the story is... sometimes it's good to be brainwashed and kidnapped by a giant monster, especially if you're a small child. Okay. So, do we have two? We have Matt. Is there anyone else who wants to participate in the next game? If there's no one else, I'll probably just actually get like, because now I know that Doctor and Carlos, you guys are good at playing through this. If no one else wants to join, I'm willing to add you guys back. But otherwise, if there's someone else who wants to join with Matt, we're going to do that. Yep, we'll get you, Matt. Yeah, I could do that. I think I can do that via my stuff. Wait, my stuff. Wow, it's not working right now. Weird. Oh well. I wonder why it's not working. Okay. Here, I'm gonna open Discord real fast and take a look at what's going on. Okay, I'm gonna read. While we're waiting to see. Okay, I'm gonna put out the post. Actually, here, let me say something. Multiplayer planning. We have one free slot for our next AI dungeon multiplayer game. Who wants in? Okay, while we're waiting, let's read that story that Matt posted in Discord. Here's the AI dungeon story. I swapped to first person. I have this interesting memory that I want to write a memoir about. One day, I was in the forest, and there were some old ruins, so I went inside them. The place was really dark and cold, and somehow it was also very bright and warm. There were strange creatures running around. They looked like little green men with human faces. They didn't speak any language, though, just gibberish. But I thought they wanted me to help them. So I asked, what happened? What happened? What happened is that you're a big idiot who can only read and whose intelligence level is that of a disabled child whose favorite food is snot. One of the green men growled. I don't really understand what he means, but one of the human-like creatures starts laughing. What's so funny? You, the creature points at me. You're the one who can only read and write, yet are trying to speak our language to us, a language that hasn't been spoken in millennia. And now, I shall show you how it's done. He takes out a small golden box and unlocks it. Listen closely, for this will be your language. The box begins to squeak open, and I couldn't help but notice the craftsmanship that had gone into making the box. The box contained 3 things. The first was a note explaining how to make a phone call. The second was a little gold disc with an alphabet on it. And the third was a little golden book with a green cover. I look at the little book in wonder. It's so light, almost flimsy. How could this book contain such power? The box ends, and the man tuts. Well, how is it? I look from the box to the creatures, then to the box. I realize something. Thanks, but I'm not worthy of such a treasure, although I applaud your generosity, I responded. What? He looks a bit confused. My intelligence level is that of a disabled child whose favorite food is snot. I cannot accept such a gift. The man's eyes widened, then he burst out laughing. You're the biggest idiot I've ever met. If you weren't a new friend, I'd kick you in the nuts so hard they'd come out your throat. I chuckle. I best be on my way. I say goodbye as my alarm breaks the sound barrier. I remember this dream fondly because of the generosity the man showed me. Maybe we can all be like him one day. Until then, we're all morons. Okay. Matt, you're in. I don't think anyone else is going to take us up on this slot. So, so Carlos and or Doctor, do you guys also want in the game with Matt? Okay, Doctor's in. Carlos, you're welcome to join us too if you want. What kind of scenario do you want to do? Okay, so we'll do the 4 of us. Okay. This game will be for myself. WWE. Okay, so we're going to be wrestlers? Oh, is battle? No, okay, the battle is about to begin with the tag team SmackDown crew of the century. Okay, so it is. So 1 second. I'm going to go to BRB. I'm going to get the code in a second. Okay, I'm going to pop over to Discord. We're going to say... That's the code for just you 3. Okay. I'm going to pop back into the game real fast. There we go. Okay, let's see who's in. Players. Okay, we got... So I think we have everyone except Carlos in right now, I think. Okay. The battle is about to begin with the tag team SmackDown crew of the century. The ring shakes with the weight of these massive wrestlers. The crowd goes wild. The challenge must defeat their rivals to gain the title of the World Heavyweight Champion. The masked wrestler known as Death enters the ring. He's a massive fighter wearing a black robe and black trousers and boots. His pale face is concealed by skeletal mask markings, and his hands are wrapped in bandages. The crowd begins to scream as death stalks around the ring. Okay, let me just check the players. Okay, we have all of them. I'm going to delete that message from Discord real fast. Okay. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna pin that. Vince McMahon owns the wrestling organization. Oops, I typoed that. So I'm pinning that. I'm not just a wrestler. Oh, that's good. Mattias the Great says, "Death, meet yourself." The lights in the arena dim as a haunting melody begins to play over the PA system. Out from the back enters a figure wearing a long black jacket with a crimson trim, tight black pants, and black knee-high boots. His face is painted white and his lips are stained red. So he looks like a kabuki character. Your character is just like a kabuki act. Okay. Go out there and make me some money, Vince McMahon says. Starting the fight. The crowd roars in excitement. Hey, but you know, if you watch enough wrestling, you know that sometimes the coaches grab chairs. The crowd roars in excitement as the masked man begins to prowl around the ring. The masked man enters the ring, and the two men circle one another. The bandaged menace snarls and runs at his opponent, but the masked man moves out of the way with remarkable dexterity, and the brute smashes into the turnbuckle. I think, Matt, right now, you appear to be the only wrestler of the bunch, you can take lead for now. Because you are in the ring, and we are on the sidelines. Oh, Violet Knight, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Guys, Violet Knight. Twitch.tv/Violet Knight. Go give Violet Knight a follow. Thanks so much. How was your stream? We're playing some multiplayer AI dungeon. Great. What were you doing today? Oh, cool. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with AI Dungeon, but it's a really, really amazing website/game, which it's basically a text adventure. But thanks so much for the follow, Hallnet. I appreciate it. AI Dungeon is basically a text adventure that you can do single player or multiplayer, and you can write whatever input you want. Like, I did a game where I was getting some inputs from a friend, and it was a zombie apocalypse. And so it starts off like, oh, there's zombies outside. You break into a store and see two people talking. And the person was like, oh, attack them. So we attacked them and stomped on their neck. And then my friend was like, oh, wait, turn into a unicorn. And then we turned into a unicorn and impaled the person with a horn. And then they're like, oh, see hot chicks. And then there were hot chicks. And then we're like, turn them into Fabio. And then they turn into the romance cover. The game can go completely as bonkers as you want. It can remember things from a while back. It's really interesting. We're experimenting with multiplayer, which is, we tried it last week and it was completely chaotic and made no sense. Today I've implemented some rules, and we just did a multiplayer run, and it worked really well. And so we're doing one now where we are wrestlers. In chat, Matt is playing Mattias the Great, and he is fighting someone named Death in the ring. I'm being Vince McMahon. Yeah, we just did an adventure where we went on a trip to Cancun. My father got pulled down by a kraken that turned out to be Cthulhu. We went to an island that had a bunch of chocolate. The people attacked us. Then we got abducted by Cthulhu and found our dad again. And then we got Stockholm Syndrome and became adopted by him. Hey, Goron, how's it going? Yeah, this is insane. By the way, if you guys are interested, I have a Twitter and I have a Discord. You guys are welcome to join. If you're a streamer, you're welcome to self-promote yourself on there. A lot of the like AI dungeon multiplayer stuff, we do all the coordination there. Yeah. We were adopted by Cthulhu. He kept serving us meat, but we think it was human flesh. Actually, he said it was fish. And then at the very end, he accepted us as his children and ate one of us, and we ended the story. It's pretty amazing. Like, you can really do almost anything. The only issue, though, is that this game, you have to kind of play it with you kind of have to play it with filters on, because yeah, I skipped a lot of stuff, because this game, it clearly learns from the people that play it, and it veers into perviness very quickly. Like 50% of the games we play ends in vor. Like, it's like we always get eaten by something. There's a lot of red flags where you see it's riding a line towards the AI getting horny, and we're like, nope, reel it in, reel it in. Yeah, exactly. So you don't want to play on completely uncensored, because even if you go censored, it will still veer into that stuff. But if you play uncensored, it veers into it hard, where it's like, oh, you see a squirrel, say hi to the squirrel, and then the AI will be like, you are performing horrible graphic acts on this squirrel. And you're like, no, not okay. So we play with a moderate filter on. Okay, I have not been paying attention to what they've been doing on this game, so I'm gonna... Okay, so Mattias the Great approaches the wrestler Death, and Mattias says, Death, meet yourself. Yeah, it really is. The lights in the arena dim as a haunting melody begins to play over the PA system. Out from the back enters a figure wearing a long black jacket with crimson trim, tight black pants, and black knee-high boots. His face is painted white and his lips are stained red. Vince McMahon says, go out there and make me some money. The crowd roars in excitement as the masked man begins to prowl the ring. The masked man enters the ring, and the two men circle one another. The bandaged menace snarls and runs at his opponent, but the masked man moves out of the way with remarkable dexterity, and the brute smashes into the turnbuckle. Give him what he deserves, Matt, Coach Carlos yells. The masked man performs a flying kick that catches the bandaged monster under the chin. The force of the blow sends the brute tumbling over and slamming hard into the mat. The crowd is on its feet and cheering as the masked man raises his arms in triumph. He's done this before, Melina said. Mattias the Great says, it's a me, Mattias. Sorry, 1 second. And I shall ring victorious for all eternity. The brute struggles to pull himself up using the ropes. The masked man takes advantage of his opponent's weakness by kicking him backwards. The kick sends another monster stumbling backwards. As he falls out of the ring, the crowd roars, and the masked man salutes his rival, flipping backwards onto the ropes and leaping out of the ring onto his opponent. By the way, why does uncensored exist in the first place? What would you be doing to turn it off? Listen, I've tried uncensored like off stream. I honestly prefer moderate. Like, I actually think it's more enjoyable on moderate, just because it doesn't really seem more censored. It just seems like it steers it less. But also, to everyone who's joined in the raid, just so you know, every Saturday I play AI Dungeon, but I also am a variety streamer in general. So on Fridays, I tend to play horror games. On Tuesdays, I have started something called Terrible Tuesday, where I play exclusively games with very low Steam ratings, like review ratings. And the other days are just general variety stream. So I try to keep things varied. So if you don't like the stuff I'm doing one day, there might be something that will catch your interest another day. Ringside paramedic gets closer to the ring. The masked man lands atop his opponent, and the two begin to struggle. The crowd begins to chant, "Death! Death! Death!" as the masked man forces his opponent's head into the mat. The two men roll around the arena floor as they struggle for dominance. Yeah, JudgeBot is really funny. The AI has some bots that awards you points. The points don't matter, but it also goes to show you that these bots are freaking psychopaths or sociopaths. It'll be like, you know, you'll like brutally murder an innocent girl and it'll be like, you were nice to her, you gained 5 points. You're like, what the fuck is this AI thinking? Yeah, I mean, so I've tested off stream moderate filter. So safe filter makes it very censored, where you can't say swear words and stuff. Moderate filter, the AI will do really, really graphic things and say really graphic things. But it just doesn't pull you there with like a big gravity. Like if you see it coming, you can avoid it or you can ride the line. If you're going uncensored, it will pull you crazy. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Vince McMahon mutters to himself. What are you doing? Did you use 1T? Mattias. You're supposed to lose this fight. Spoiler if you guys don't know, wrestling is written. I'm sorry for killing the mystery. The bandaged brute manages to get on top of his opponent and lands several heavy blows on the masked man's chest. The two men are on their feet, and the crowd is cheering as they trade punches. This is it. This is where you turn it around, Mattias. Show no fear, Coach Carlos screams. Yeah, Doctor. Yep, I've seen stuff like that. Yeah, you posted that one on Discord, right? You are fighting Mattias. You gain 2 points. Mattias the Great attempts to hang Vince with the arena ropes. How dare you? Hey, Sneaky, how's it going? I'm the one who pays your paycheck. The masked man is on the ropes, and the brute lands several blows on his opponent's chest. As the crowd roars in anticipation, the bandaged behemoth throws his opponent from the ropes. The force of the throw sends the masked man hurtling into the steel ring posts. He bellows in pain as he slumps across the post. Grabs a chair from under the ring and hits Mattias the Great in the back. Yep, we're doing a multiplayer run. We have myself, Matt, Doctor from Frostpunk, and Carlos in it. This is a wrestling story where Matt is playing a wrestler. I'm playing Vince McMahon. Carlos is playing Matt's coach, and Doctor is playing a medic. The masked man falls to the floor and the crowd gasps. The chair makes a sickening sound as it comes into contact with the flesh of the challenger. The masked man lies on the ground, and the crowd can't tell if he's hurt or not. Life is pain, Mattias, and you'll never defeat me, his coach yells. Ringside paramedic charge tackles Vince McMahon for being unfair. Also, Violet Knight, just so you know, that is by far the biggest raid I've ever received. That's very nice of you, and thanks a lot. The crowd roars as the paramedic tackles Vince to the ground and begins choking him. The masked man staggers to his feet and lifts the chair above his head as he falls to his knees. The two men struggle, and the masked man lands a savage punch to the face of his opponent. Mattias the Great laughs maniacally. The referee signals for the bell, and the announcer screams, "This match has been ruled a no contest." To the roaring crowd, the masked man tosses his opponent's limp body over his shoulder and raises his hands in a victory pose to the crowd. "You've done it, Mattias! You're the champion!" Melina yells. Here's what I'm gonna do. Vince McMahon grabs the title belt and backs away from the ring, shouting, oops. Mattias the Great made this chapter in his story short. The announcer says, "The winner and still champion by technicality, Mattias the Great." The crowd screams as the bandaged monster exits the ring and heads to the private changing room. The two men exit the ring and begin heading down a long hallway as they hear an eerie sound coming from a nearby steel door. Okay, I'm going to undo what I was going to write, and because we've gone in a direction of creepy stuff behind a door. Coach Carlos rushes towards Mattias to congratulate him. What the hell was that sound? Each successive door has a more intimidating lock than the last, but this one has two. One is a standard locking keyhole, and the other is a combination dial. The noise sounds like it's coming from behind the door. Okay, I'm gonna say, here's what I'm gonna do. Grabs the title belt and says, "To be the real champion, you have to defeat the wrestler behind that door." Yeah, I like how the AI is like, you know it's gonna be like, it's Cthulhu again. He's back in this story. The masked man grabs the title and lifts it above his head as he glares at the coach. "You're right, coach," the masked man replies as he hands the belt to Melina for safekeeping. "If you want to be a real hero, you have to go through that door. Are you ready, Mattias?" So, I think the AI is a bit confused, or maybe I'm just confused. No clue who Melina is, but she's been in this story the whole time, and I'm not sure who the masked man is. Here, I'm going to do a story prompt. Okay. Oh, actually, we'll see this. "Screw this. Monsters, come out. I'm bored." Yeah, I believe Mattias might be Mattias. Oh, is he the masked man? The masked man starts running down the hallway as the crowd roars. He stops at a soda machine and grabs a soda, quickly tearing off his mask. He pops the tab, guzzles the soda, as Mattias the Great disappears from the arena and reality. Well, so much for that. Mattias will never have a career in the WWE acting like that. What are you talking about? It's not derailed. We're right on the rail. You know, Mattias the Great is the reality hopping wrestler. The crowd starts booing as the announcer yells, "Welcome back to Monday Night Raw. Are you ready to see what happens next?" The crowd roars as the camera cuts to a commercial break. Hey, come on, this is theater. That could have been editing. The WWE is the most important competition of them all. Oh, the WWE is an acronym for World Wrestling Entertainment, which with any luck you'll get to see. Okay. The scary locked door bursts open, and out runs a... Yeah, I knew what you were trying to do, Carlos. The scary locked door bursts open and out runs a man with a clipboard. He is wearing a lab coat and he seems to be in his mid-30s. This is the world's worst wrestler ever. He stops in front of the door and turns to face you. Yes, he asks. You're up next. Get in the ring. So, we got the scientist wrestler, Bill Nye, the science guy. The man with the clipboard looks confused. Are you the next fighter, he asks. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small black card and reads it. The Undertaker versus Dusty Rhodes will be next. That match has already taken place. Mattias, you can just rejoin, like you can pop yourself in. The man looks even more confused. I don't like that match, you say. Boo. The man, clearly angry at the crowd's lousy decision, throws his clipboard to the ground. Fine, he yells. You want a match? We'll give you a match. Ringside paramedic says, I don't think this man is the infamous Undertaker, Mr. McMahon. Mr. Man. The crowd roars in laughter as the announcer says, of course he is. The Undertaker has just entered the arena. He is dressed in a long black leather duster, black cowboy hat, and black trousers. Surprisingly, he has no shirt to accompany the getup. Perhaps he thought it would be too much clothing. Undertaker versus the Science Man. Oh, this is going to be easy. Mattias, you can if you want, you can re-enter reality. Okay. The Undertaker begins fighting the Science Man. Worst matchup in history. I thought he was fighting Dusty Rhodes, the announcer says. The crowd roars as the fight continues in front of you. Dusty Rhodes, the AI is like, nope. Dusty Rhodes is wearing a coordinated outfit while the Undertaker is not. The announcer yells, what an exciting match, as the fight gets more intense by the second. Yeah, for the Science Man's next move, he will dock the pay of the wrestler. Mattias, Science Man, Undertaker, and Dusty Rhodes. Yeah, really. Fashion Bot says, Undertaker's outfit is not coordinated. You lose 17 points. Mattias the Great says, I exist only to be forgotten this quick? Screw this WWE tournament. Hey, you're the one who drank the soda and disappeared from reality. Meanwhile, the crowd seems to be enjoying the match very much. Vince McMahon faces the camera. I guarantee you will not be disappointed. The screen will show a picture of two men fighting in a ring and a large crowd cheering them on. Meanwhile, a new person slides into the ring. It's the ringside paramedic. Oh no! The Science Man and the Doctor. He seems to be helping the Science Man, as the Undertaker seemed to have gotten a bit overzealous. The match is now a tag team between the Undertaker and the Science Man, and Dusty Rhodes and the paramedic? Where the hell is Mattias gone? The paramedic is filled. Oh, okay, let's see. He seems to be helping the science man. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. And the paramedic? Okay. The paramedic is... Coach Carlos says, Mattias, this may sound crazy, but you need to get in there. Wipe the floor with them. You'll be the most famous wrestler. Okay, that's good, Carlos. That's good. I was trying to do what you were doing. As the fight gets more intense, you see the Undertaker roll into the corner and catch his breath. I'm not leaving here without that belt, you yell at Coach. Get me in there. Shortly after, you get your wish. The science man rolls out of the ring in exhaustion. Okay, Mattias is back. He's recharged on his soda. Suddenly, Mattias... I have no clue, and people are also attacking Vince McMahon for some reason. Although Vince McMahon also fought back. As the fight gets more intense, you see the Undertaker roll into the corner of the ring to catch his breath. I'm not leaving here without that belt, you yell at the Coach. Get me in there. Shortly after, you get your wish. The science man rolls out of the ring in exhaustion. Suddenly, Mattias the Great, the new entrant in the match, is thrown into the ring. Are you okay? The Undertaker asks. He does not respond. He's too tired to answer. The Undertaker turns his attention to you, and he isn't happy. What the heck are you doing here? Apparently it's a tag team, but this tag team doesn't seem to follow tag team rules. I have no idea what movie you're referring to. That movie sounds amazing though, and I want to see it. Ringside paramedic says, fuck, I can't take on the famous Mattias the Great. The Undertaker thinks for a moment. Then he grabs the Undertaker's leather belt and holds it high above his head. Fair enough, you say. You both stare at each other for a moment before he finally speaks up. Hey, Sneaky Boy, you're in the Discord server, right? I believe you are. Is the Undertaker going to whip someone with a belt? Okay. I'm going to rip your head off. You smile and step towards the Undertaker. Bring it, cowboy. The Undertaker charges at you and swings his fist hard at your head, but you duck it. Then you jump up and hit him with a flying crossbody, knocking him down. Big iron on his big iron. Oh. Space bartender? The great thing about multiplayer is I can get you guys to make the content for me. I can just sit back and read. Mattias the Great. Finish him. You get to your feet. Oh. Mattias the Great finishes him. Let's see. As he lays helplessly on the mat, you grab his head and twist it with all your might. Jesus. The Undertaker's neck snaps and he lies still. You have defeated the Undertaker. You raise your hands in celebration. The crowd goes wild. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I give you your winner, Mattias the Great. You killed him. You killed our moneymaker. Oh, hey, Fenrain. Take care. Have a great day. Nice seeing you. Fenrain is another streamer on here. I hung out on her stream quite a while last night, and it was really fun. She was doing Sims 4 with a version of The Bachelorette casted using streamers from Twitch. She is making a character based off of my Dumpling Man very soon. So we're going to have the curliest fried dumpling on her stream. She's very entertaining. I would definitely recommend following her. Okay, Vince McMahon's face turns purple with rage, and he looks at the TV monitor in disgust. This isn't what he wanted. He wanted a family-friendly, PG-rated main event. Fuck you! Fuck you, he yells at the TV monitors. Ringside paramedic leaps up at the ring and charges Vince. The paramedic blindsides him and tackles him to the ground. What's going on? You hear Stephanie McMahon scream from the booth above. The paramedic grabs a handful of Vince's hair and smashes his face into the steel steps. Ah! You're supposed to help people! The paramedic ignores him and instead lifts him up and drops him on the steps a second time. You're dead! You're dead! You're so dead! He screams as he does it again. Oh my god, somebody help! You hear Stephanie plead from above as the paramedic assaults her husband. Isn't Stephanie his daughter? Stephanie dies of a heart attack because she is not a part of this story. Was that a story prompt that someone did? Sorry. The paramedic picks up the lifeless body of the chairman of the WWE and hurls him over the barricade and into the crowd. You fucking bastards, you fucking killed him, he screams as he chases after him. You're left alone in the ring. Yeah, so it's totally fine, but I just want to point out that for these multiplayer playthroughs, we try to avoid doing story inputs that are like changing the nature of the world like that, like just like killing off another character or whatever. But yeah, this is chaos, but chaos is fine. It's controlled chaos. There's a lot of a lot of swearing in this one. Hey Zydo, how are you doing? It did go to... You are fighting the Undertaker. Fighting is hard. Okay. Pulls down the paramedics. Oh, Mattias the Great uses manipulation to get ice cream. Back to step 0. Is that about COVID, Zydo? Or what do you mean? You have to be isolated again? The paramedic uses manipulation to get ice cream. Let's see. So does that mean that they're does that mean that you are not allowed to... Oh, why is it not going? Oh, did you undo it? Okay. Pulls down the paramedic's pants to embarrass him in front of the audience. Ah, dang, Zydo, I'm really sorry to hear that. Oh, that really sucks. You're feeling physically better, though? The paramedic turns around just in time to pull down his pants and underwear. He stands in front of the crowd in his tidy whities, which are a nice shade of lavender. The crowd cheers so loudly, you can hear them over the thunderous boos. Okay, no problem, Carlos. It's been nice playing with you. Mattias the Great fights things. I have a feeling that your tidy whities are lavender because you ran them through the wash with red. The paramedic runs at you, but you duck out of the way as he flies over the ropes into the crowd after his boss. Now's my chance to escape, you think. The bags are still in the locker room. Who knows how long they'll all be there for. You need to get out of here now. Coach Carlos lies on the ground, passed out, for Mattias is now the best wrestler in the world. He never wakes up. So Carlos is gone from the story, is what we're saying. You smile and run up the steel steps. Stephanie's dead, and her father and the paramedic are in no condition to stop you. In fact, their paramedic is currently being booed out of the building by the crowd. They think he did a job on your behalf and betrayed the company. Okay, so we're gonna say that, I think we're gonna say that this is done. So what we're gonna do is say, the ratings of this wrestling event, oops, I spelled wrestling really wrong. Wrestling event were, I want to see if this was a high rated event or awful. Were the highest ever, and the crowd was displeased because you didn't play to the cameras enough. Okay. The moral of the story is the man deceives and lies, but the audience doesn't care as long as it's entertaining. After the match, let's do epilogues. After the match, Mattias the Great. Let's see what happens in all these people. To all these people. After the match, Mattias the Great was fired for using a chokehold, but he went on to become even more famous and popular than the man who fired him by starting his own wrestling promotion. Mattias the Great gets ice cream. After the crowd and other wrestlers fade away, you go get ice cream with all your newfound money from your book deal. As a main event wrestler, you're now making more money than you could have ever as a used car salesman. You took the wrong path, but everything worked out anyways. Okay. After the match, the paramedic. Let's get some epilogues. Went on to become a productive member of society by becoming a cashier at a local grocery shop. And now, the end is near. So I may face the final curtain. My friend, I say it clear, I state my case, for which I'm certain. After the match, Carlos. I think he died and never woke up, but we'll give him an actual epilogue. Yeah. Carlos spent the rest of his life in a coma that he never awoke from. As for you and the dead girl, you'll always remember your time with her fondly as you regularly visit her gravesite with flowers. Her father is still alive and lives a good life. Not great, but good. Your future is uncertain, but at least it's entertaining. To be fair, whoever typed in your wife dies of a heart attack caused the depression. And also Pickle, like, yes, he's no longer a paramedic, he's now a cashier, but to be fair, he was a paramedic that was trying to kill multiple people. I think he's a better cashier than he is a paramedic. After the match, The Undertaker. Had a funeral for the girl, where he was able to come to grips with his loss and eventually move on. Your book, The Rise of the Dead Man, sold a lot of copies. The end. Yeah, more like a hypocritic oath. Oh, puns. Okay, anyways. I think we're calling an end to that one. So, did you guys want to, Listen, sometimes you have to chase the joke, regardless if it's good or bad. You never say a joke that's in the mid spot. You either say it that's above the mid spot or below the mid spot, right? If it's good enough or bad enough, it gets past your filter. If it's that's fine, don't say it. Now I say everything that comes to my head always. Do you guys want to do one more? Sneaky Boy, Zydo, are either of you interested in doing a run? Okay, we'll get Sneaky in. We'll get Zydo in. Okay, so this is going to be 3 people. Sneaky, Zydo, and myself. So, since you guys are back, I'm going to re-go over the rules once more. Okay? So, the idea is, 1, roleplay your character. Avoid using story inputs so much as you can. Generally lean towards do and say. And what that means is you're controlling what your character does. You can use story to control your character. Don't control the world outside your character. Don't be like, you know, Jesus comes from heaven and slays a monster, right? Control the inputs that your character does. Number 2, we're working together to build a story. That doesn't mean that you can't work against us within the context of the story, but we want an overarching narrative to work together. So what that means is, let's say our goal is to get a goblet from a mountain, and 2 of us are going to the goblet. Don't you say, okay, my character is going to part ways and go to Alaska and date girls, so that we have the story in 2 areas. We want to keep us working together as a unit. We're acting as a unit, and we're acting as characters within it. Play patiently and slowish. The purpose of this is to convey the story on stream. I'm reading things, so give yourself a moment to to read what the AI says before you respond. And also, like, share the wealth with commands. If you see you've been typing a lot, make sure you let some other people type, right? And also, if the story doesn't play out like how you want it to, if someone is doing commands that you're not really into, if someone is playing a way that you wouldn't play yourself, don't lash out, don't get mad at them. This is all for fun. We're all learning. Oh, cool. Thanks, Matt. Write that in Discord and I'll remember. I will put the code in Discord. So we're gonna go multiplayer. What type of world do you want to do? Fantasy, horror, apocalypse, cyberpunk, custom? We did battle last time, so I think we should avoid that. So this game is just going to be Zydo, Sneaky Boy, and myself. We're doing fantasy. Okay. I'm going to go to once it generates, I'm going to go to BRB and I'll get the code. Oh, I shouldn't make my name a verb. That's a bad idea. Okay, so invite friends. I got the code. I'm opening Discord. This game is for Sneaky Boy and Zydo only. The code is at the end. So no one else join. Let's see, who's in the game? No one yet. It should be, I think it's in the AI dungeon multiplayer planning. The last word of multiplayer planning, AI dungeon. Here, I'll tag you. There we go. Got you guys. Here, I'll repost it. That's the code. You guys got it? Can't join? Do you see the code though? Let me check again. Let me just check to make sure I didn't do something stupid. Did you accidentally like paste a space in or something? I'm just gonna paste this once. Let's see. Players. Okay, we got Sneaky. Are you? Is that you? Are you in Zydo? I see a third person. So someone just randomly, who joined? It says there's a third person in our game. Your time to promote your jewelry demo, best game you've ever played, no one knows about. Demo, not sure what that is. I'll search it real fast. Oh, it's a rhythm game. Cool. There is a Skullboy in the game. I saw that username in a previous one though. Well, here, should I start a completely new one and see if you can join? If you want, Zydo, if you want, you can start the multiplayer game if you would prefer. It'd be nice to get you in. I'm not sure why it's... Oh, you know what it is? I think I know what it is, Zydo. I think it's that you probably have a safe filter on and I have a moderate filter. So I think you need to switch your filter to moderate for us to play together. And I'm going to kick this third person. I don't know who it is. Rayark. I really like the rhythm game Final Fantasy Theater Rhythm, because the Final Fantasy music all has like really crazy odd meters and stuff. So like it's neat playing it's a really simple game, but it's neat playing a like the battle themes. It's like or whatever, and it has like all these like crazy odd meters that you're not used to timing in rhythm games. Okay, you're in. So I'm going to delete the message real fast. Nice, we figured out what the problem was. Oh no, I know. Okay. Our story begins with a group of adventurers living in the magical kingdom of Larion. The kingdom is filled with small villages and thatched cottages and has been relatively peaceful until now. Sorry, I had to burp off mic. The adventurers are on a quest to find the magical staff of Zalos. Oh, we are on a mission to find an item. They walk through the forest and notice a band of mountain dwarves. The dwarves are friendly and offer them food and drink. Then one of the dwarves turns to them and says, "You should turn back, it's too dangerous." The adventurers ignore this warning and continue on their journey. They walk further and find a friendly forest fairy who offers them a wand that can summon ghostly warriors if they are ever in danger. Oh, cool. There's a rhythm game I know called Osu. And my cousin is a streamer on Twitch, and he was one of the top-rated North America players of Osu a while back. He's now said that the community's gotten crazy good at it, and I think he's been playing it a bit less, but yeah, I'm not gonna look at that link right now, but if you want me to check it out, you can post it on Discord, and I'll take a look at it after stream. Sneaky Boy says, "Why are you giving this to us, Fairy? How do we know it's not a trap?" The Fairy laughs. "This is not a trap, silly human. It's a gift to the first adventurers who pass this way. I'm giving you the wand so that you may help protect my forest from the evil that lurks nearby." Sneaky Boy says, "Thank you, Fairy. We'll do our best." Snatches the... was it a wand? Snatches the wand for himself and tries to use it immediately. My character is going for it. Tonkle the gnome snatches the wand for himself and tries to use it immediately. He's just excited about this gift. We'll find out if it's a trap right this second. It's not just that. It's also like, you know, it's a flow thing, right? Like, we're, you know. But yeah, I also do want to be safe and check it off stream. But that's not really the primary reason. The wand explodes in Tonkle's hand and he is badly burned. Sneaky Boy says, "What'd you do that for? Now we don't have a weapon to fight with." The fairy appears again and gives you each a crossbow made from a branch of a tree from the fairy forest. Why would I trust this fairy's freaking crossbow? Throw the crossbow. Oh, I gotta do it third person. Throws the crossbow at the fairy. Killbot's gonna like this. You've been gnomed. I'm not a gnorc. I'm not a gnoblin. I'm a gnome. Wait, was Matt trying to gnome us? Is that what he was doing? Did Matt gnome us? He's like, "It's not a rickroll, it's a gnome." The fairy is furious and turns Tonkle into a frog. Sneaky Boy says, "No, please change him back." The fairy says, "I will only change him back into his original form if you agree to leave the forest immediately." Oops, we don't want to... Oh, it is that. We weren't gnomed. I didn't expect it to open up on my stream tab. My stream window. Zydo nods eagerly, not wanting to cause any more trouble than there already is. Sneaky Boy says, "Okay, we promise to leave the forest." The fairy casts a spell on, and Tonkle is returned to his original form. The gnome thanks the fairy, and the adventurers continue on their quest. Why would I possibly thank the fairy? She badly burned me and then turned me into a freaking frog. Examine Zydo's appearance. Wait, Zydo and Sneaky. 1, 2, 3, 4. Appearances. I want to know what you guys look like. We all know I'm a gnome, so we kind of know what my character is like. Dang it, I wrote in second person again. Sneaky Boy is a short, ugly young man who wears plain gray clothing and a black cloak. Tonkle the gnome is a short man with pointy ears and sharp teeth. He wears brown leather clothing and carries a special satchel wherever he goes. Zydo looks... Actually, I'm not gonna do it. Yeah, Sneaky. It's okay. It's what's on the inside that counts. I've typed a lot already. I'm going to sit back and let you guys steer a little bit. Sneaky Boy pulls out a map to pinpoint the location of the staff of Zalos. Oh, Sneaky Boy keeping us on track. The map shows the staff is in a cave that is blocked off by a large boulder. Tonko the gnome says, I will move the boulder out of the way. You two follow behind me. Sneaky Boy says, no, you will move it and you will get lost or something else will go wrong. Goodbot. I've never known. Is Goodbot new? I've never seen Goodbot. I've only seen Killbot, Judgebot, and Empathybot. How about we do one game after this one and you can join that one. I did a couple posts on the last 2 games. I did some posts on Discord seeing if anyone wants to join, but no one took me up on it. We'll do one right after this one, okay? Super cool. No, don't feel bad, Zydo. I just find it does get chaotic once you have more than this amount of people. So we'll do one with like you and... You don't mind if I want to do the event? I did the event when I started off the stream. The trickster thing. That's how I got my current avatar. Okay. Zydo. Zydo says, you try to snatch the staff the fairy gave us is already a good hint for what might... Oh, okay. Okay. You're trying to snatch the staff... So was that not supposed to be a say command? You're trying to snatch the staff the fairy gave us is already a good hint of what might happen if you lead us in there. Oh, okay. But sorry, my brain for some reason had trouble. yeah, no, that was just my brain processing stupidly. Sneaky Boy says, but we need someone to lead the way. These caves are dark and treacherous. Zydo says, I will lead the way then. Since you two seem to be incompetent, the gnome angrily calls behind him. At least one of us has some sense of direction. Okay. Sneaky Boy checks his inventory before heading into the cave with his companions. Gnome. Nasty Nork. Sneaky Boy has a sword, some chainmail armor, a lockpick, and a torch. The cave is dark and musty. But the adventurers are dedicated to their quest. They move forward until they reach a fork in the road. Examine the road. Examine the paths. Oh, really? Super cool, dude. The paths are both dark, but one feels slightly damp while the other is quite dry. Sneaky Boy says, let's take the dry path. It'll be easier to walk on. Zydo says, no, let's take the damp path. It'll probably lead us to the heart of the cave. Is Demo is also in English? Oh, it's all up to me? Okay, how about this? Pulls out a coin and flips it. Heads is the Lucky says heads is the, dang it, I can't type today, is the damp path, tails is the dry one. We'll let this game determine for us. It lands on its side. The coin flips through the air and lands on its edge. It's impossible to tell if it's a head or a tail. Are you kidding? It did! The adventurers are at a loss of how to proceed. They can't flip the coin again since it lands on its edge. Okay. Here, I'm gonna go to say. Okay. You guys play rock, paper, scissors. God, the thing made the coin land on its edge. Sneaky Boy says, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. How is that supposed to decide anything? Zida says, oh, I get it. Rock beats scissors, scissors beats paper, paper beats rock. They each make a hand gesture of their choice. They both do paper. And they can only ever do paper. So no one ever wins. Sneaky Boy throws a rock. Zydo throws a scissors. They both stare at Tonko the Gnome, waiting for him to respond. The gnome is sweating profusely and his brow is furrowed in deep thought. So it looks like we're going to do the dry path. Scissors cuts paper. Paper covers rock and rock crushes scissors, right? Sneaky Boy and Zydo look at each other. They don't want to get angry at the poor gnome. They move on, feeling slightly guilty for putting him in an awkward position. Let's go down the dry path. We're following the dry path. That took forever for us to decide which way to go. You reach the end of the cave and find a dead end. They are surrounded by darkness, damp rock, and silence. Zydo takes out his flintlock and fires into the dark. He fires 3 more times, and he sees a red light flash on the walls of the cave. Sneaky Boy steps forward carefully towards the red light. Sneaky Boy sees a small red crystal on the ground. He picks it up and puts it in his pocket and continues down the cave. The adventurers continue to travel and see the statue of a headless woman, her arms outstretched towards them. There is something magical about this image. Goodbot doesn't care about that. You gain no points. How much you want to bet we'll get the Staff of Zalos, we'll use it, and it will just explode and give us burns? That frickin' fairy gave us the Wand of Zalos. Yeah. I always find it funny when you start up a round of the game and it kills you in the first turn. Zydo shivers a little and suggests take a little distance from that statue. The statue is unnerving, and the adventurers are uncomfortable being close to it. They quickly move on and find themselves in a large chamber with a lake of black, murky water. You can hear strange sounds coming from the water. They do their best to avoid it. The crystal that Sneaky Boy picked up begins to glow brighter and brighter. Got some magic going on here. Sneaky Boy pulls the crystal out of his pocket. You can't identify what color the crystal is. Looks more like a shadow. A sneaky boy holds it out in his hand. The image appears to be the center of the lake. There's a tower, ancient and weathered, stands on a hill. Is that where the Staff of Zalos is? Okay, I will be right back. You guys can continue playing this, and I will read it when I get back if you want. So, be right back, guys. Okay, where were we? Let's see. Zydo says, what is that? The crystal floats above Sneaky Boy's hand and points towards the image. In that moment, a bolt of lightning flashes through the cave and strikes the image of the tower, causing it to disappear. The black, murky water becomes still once again. They stare at each other, wondering what that was that made them feel a rumble in the ground. Sneaky Boy takes out his sword and prepares for incoming danger. Sneaky Boy feels the hair on his neck stand up. He can feel something watching them in the dark, some presence that is hidden in the shadows. The crystal begins to glow once again and points towards the vines hanging on the ceiling of the cave. Hey, super cool. Okay, you can feel something watching them in the dark, some presence hidden in the shadows. The crystal begins to glow once again and points towards some vines hanging on the ceiling of the cave. Zydo checks his inventory for any weapon he owns. Zydo pulls out a bow and notches an arrow. The crystal points to the left of the image of the vines. Points to the left of the image of the vines. At that moment, something metallic comes into view. It looks like a large sword, but is so dark, it is hard to tell. Who do you think will find this mysterious sword? Okay, my music stopped. What's going on? Refresh. Refresh. We're all good. The mysterious sword. Yeah, we get to listen to more of this royalty-free song. Sneaky Boy lights his torch and throws it towards the mysterious sword. The torch illuminates the cave and the sword. The sword is so dark that it is difficult to look at for any more than a few seconds. As the torch makes contact with the vines, they begin to shrivel and burn. The crystal loses its glow. Hey, welcome back, Matt. Wait, what do you mean, Frostpunk? An entire... Oh, to generate a single word. That's funny. Sneaky Boy tries to pull the sword from the vines, but it is stuck. In an instant, the ground begins to rumble once again. A low rumbling comes from the inky blackness of the lake. Draws his slingshot and bag of bullets. The crystal once again begins to glow and points towards the lake. On the lake, they can now make out the shape of a creature. It has several eyes and several legs. They can't tell how large the creature is because it is still below the surface of the lake. The adventurers are caught between two dangers. Oh, I should make myself a bard. What should we take care of first? Zyto says. There's the sword, I guess. The sword, vines, the vines. The party agrees that the vines are the immediate threat. As Tonko fires his slingshot at the creature at the lake, the crystal points back towards the sword. It's still stuck in the vines. A strange light comes from the vine-covered sword as it begins to cut through the vines. Sneaky Boy pulls the sword with all his might. Sneaky Boy pulls with all his strength, and to his surprise, the sword comes free. Before he can pull his arm back, the flash of purple light shoots from the vines and hits the sword. A portal opens up where the light hit and sucks Sneaky Boy into it. I'm gonna dives into the portal with Sneaky Boy. I could have tried to pull you out, but I think I'd rather go wherever that portal is than this stupid cave. I like how we're like, which path do we want to go? The damp path or the wet path? I mean, the damp path or the dry path? Let's walk to the dry path. You walk to a giant lake. Okay. I thought we said the dry path. The gnome grabs hold of Sneaky Boy and dives in after the sword. They find themselves standing in a forest with a faint purple glow over everything. The Tonko looks to his right and sees the sword stuck in a tree. It is so dark he almost couldn't tell it was there. Empathy Bot, you were close to the sword. Points awarded. You gain 1 point. Zyto jumps right after them into the portal. Nice. We got our party. Oh god, I'm feeling as dry as a lake right now. It's a cursed sword. It's a sword of stuckness. Zyto jumps through the portal and lands next to the sword. One of his feet touches the sword, and he is immediately teleported back into the cave. The others on the other side of the portal begin yelling to yell at him for touching the sword. Where they are now is completely changed. It's a portal sword. So the sword is not so much a sword that you use. It's more like a portal that teleports you to places. Did it say you were mean to the boy? You lose points? Zyto tries to jump through the portal to stay with his party. Unfortunately, Zyto has now been teleported to a random location in the middle of a forest. The sky is red and no stars are out, just a full moon. He is standing on the top of the tower, made from bones and skulls. There are no people or animals in sight. You're in an awesome place. I want to follow Zyto's... I want Zyto to take lead. I want to see what's going on with this tower. Do we have to go save Zyto? Is that our mission? Sword, why have you brought us here? What do you want? Sneaky says. Poor Zydo. You're like, I want to follow the rules. And AI Dungeon's like, AI Dungeon's got no rules. That's funny. The voice that responds to the warrior's question seems to come from everywhere. By the way, just so you know, I have the rule about working together, but it's fine if something like this happens. Like, it's clear. My point is, we intend to unite. We don't intend to split up in general, right? But this is fine. Okay, the voice that responds to the warrior's question seems to come from everywhere. It says, I was stuck in these vines for centuries until you chose to pull me out. This world is my world. I created it, and I'm the only one who lives here. Where's Zydo? So did we just find God? The voice says, "You've returned to your world safely. Do not worry. Safely on a tower of bones." The voice pauses for a moment and then continues. "I'll return you to your world if you wish. The choice is yours to make. You may return, or if you so desire, or you may stay in my world forever." But why have you brought us here in the first place? Why would we want to be stuck here forever? The voice does not respond. The adventurers stand in silence for several minutes, waiting for the voice to speak again. As time passes, they grow weary and they sit down on the Tower of Bones. "Oh, I guess we're together." And then finally the voice comes back and says, I hit enter to see what it generates. Time does not move the same way here as it does in your world. Ask me again in 100 years and I will have an answer for you. Okay. So this sword is Aslan or something. Zydo says, "Mate, how do you know that we'll be still alive then?" The voice says, "I can see the future in a limited capacity. I know that you will be alive in 100 years, but I cannot see what condition you will be in. You may live until you are nearly 2,000 years old, or you may die tomorrow. Choose wisely, because you only get one chance." I choose 2,000? The voice says, "Then you have chosen wisely. I will return you now to your world." A bright flash of light appears, and the adventurers feel themselves being pulled into it. They land on a road with tall buildings on each side. It looks like they're in a big city at night. I am now an enemy for portals. The wizard says, "Come on, let's get to an inn. I am freezing." They each put their weapons away and begin walking down the street. They see signs that say things like lunch special and rooms for rent. Eventually, they find an inn at the corner of a busy intersection. Sneaky Boy inspects his map to see where the sword has sent them. It's a 4-story inn made of wood. That's pretty huge. The roof is red, and there are 2 chimneys on the roof. The bar is to the right as you enter, and there are tables scattered around the room. There's a staircase in the corner that leads to the 2nd floor. Yeah, stuff is happening, Doctor, and we're just going with it. Sneaky Boy inspects the crystal he found in the cave. The crystal is small, about the size of a child's fist, and has intricate lines running through it. It appears to have some sort of power, but I don't know what it does. Okay, I'm gonna say, Tonkles recites a poem that he wrote to describe their journey thus far. The poem goes as follows. So let's see what poem Mr. Bard Tonkles writes. The poem goes as follows. Parting, seeking, finding, losing, conquering, and returning. Fighting, feasting, dancing, mourning, and a good beginning. I think that sums up our journey pretty accurately, says the gnome as he puts the crystal to his pocket. I guess it's a poem. Sneaky Boy says, hey, that's my crystal. I didn't even notice it. I just distracted you with the, well, it was in my inventory, so I guess it's mine now. The rogue begins to get angry, and he grabs the crystal from the gnome's pocket. You know how hard this was to get, the rogue yells? The innkeeper comes out, running out of the bar and asks. So I was just distracting as I was yoinking your crystal. What's all the commotion out here? Zydo points to the crystal and asks, is that your stone? The innkeeper says, yeah, I lost it. I lost it in a card game 2 years ago, and I've been trying to get it back ever since. Sneaky Boy says, sorry. So, you had the crystal, I yoinked it from you, and then now the innkeeper's like, actually, that's mine. Give it to me. Excuse me, I found it in a cave. It's mine. The innkeeper gets angry and takes out a small crossbow that was hidden in his apron. I don't think so, the innkeeper says as he points the crossbow at the rogue. Zydo draws his sword and says, you'll have to kill us both because we aren't giving it back. The innkeeper cowers behind the door and says, you won't kill me because if you do, you'll never find your way back home. I don't think you realize how serious this is. You're now enemies of the state for stealing my property. This story is an odd one. It took a turn. I don't think we're getting that Staff of Zalos. I think that is long past. Wait, I have an idea. I have an idea. Sneaky Boy looks at the crystal and looks at the innkeeper. How about this? Guys, if we give you the crystal, will you give us the Staff of Zalos? The innkeeper says, deal. He extends his hand to the gnome and hands him the crystal. The innkeeper leads to their rooms, and the rogue and the gnome receive rooms right next to each other on the first floor. It's nighttime. There's a full moon tonight, and it's shining brightly. We got the Staff of Zalos. So technically our quest is done, but there's something else I want to do for sure. At least we got the damn staff, hee hee. Stupid Tonkel. I still have my crystal, so it's all right. Sneaky boy lays in his bed and tries to sleep, but he can't. He walks to the window and sees the moon is shining brighter than ever before. Hey, Owliet, how are you doing? Owliet, are you on the Discord out of curiosity? I forget. He walks to the window and sees the moon is shining brighter than ever before. Sneaky boy tries to draw forth the powers within the crystal. Sneaky boy closes his eyes and tries to find the power within the crystal, but he can't. He opens his eyes, but he is blinded by the light of the moon. He shields his eyes, and when he lowers his hand, the rogue realizes the crystal in his hand has changed. It now looks like a glowing sword. Please tell me this isn't the sword that... Oh, okay. Here, I'll post my links really quickly. Here's my Twitter. Here's my Discord. If you want to join in on any of these multiplayer runs we're doing on Saturdays, you're welcome to. I know we're going to do one more run today after this one. I know Gamer Guy really wanted to do a run with us. So if you want it to be you, Gamer Guy, and myself, you're totally welcome to. Sneaky boy grasps the sword and feels the power running through his veins. The rogue takes a deep breath and he shouts in a loud and powerful voice, "Vanish, my friends. I will deal with this tyrant myself." There's a flash of light and a glowing portal opens up in the room. What do you mean you could write the story? Zydo wakes up from the noise and runs towards Sneaky Boy, confused by the commotion. Yeah, this definitely did. I think we should go with one of the default prompts for today. But maybe another time we can do that. I just think it's simpler to go with one of the prompts for now. Oh, thanks a lot. Take care, Matt. Have a great day. Oh, no worries, Owl. I just thought I'd offer so you feel included. Yeah, I'll get one of the other guys to join in the multiplayer game with Cool Dude and myself. Zydo looks at the rogue and says, "What is this? Wait, a magic portal?" Sneaky Boy turns to his friend and says, "This is the doorway back home. Now I will deal with the innkeeper. You two go through the portal before it closes." Sneaky Boy's a nice guy. You get 2 points. Here, I'm just gonna open up oh, who's Fluffy Guy, by the way? What's your Fluffy Guy? What's your username on Twitch so I can give you the nickname? Just it's hard for me to keep track of people with different usernames, so I'm just setting everyone's nickname to being the same on Discord. Okay, back to the game. But also welcome everyone. Oh, you're Fluffy Guy. Okay, cool. Where are you? I'm gonna change your nickname to Super Cool Dude 78. That'll just make it easier for me to keep track of who people are. Yeah, I agree, Sneaky. It's like, yeah. Zydo says, "Where did you get that sword, though?" Sneaky Boy stares at his friends with a deep sadness in his eyes. "I'll tell you later." The rogue walks towards the innkeeper's room, and he can hear the men snoring loudly. He opens the door, and the rogue sneaks inside. Sneaky Boy slashes the innkeeper's throat. Damn, dude. Ruthless. The rogue grabs a man and throws him against the wall. The man grunts as he falls to the floor, gargling blood. The rogue points the sword at the man's neck and says, "You've been a bad host. I think it's time to leave." Has a mental breakdown from the stress and lives in permanent denial, thinking everything is happy and good. One of my early ones, I kept trying to get the AI to generate like Duke Nukem like one-liners or something. The man claws at the rogue's face and he says, I don't have to let you do this. I'm in charge here." Sneaky Boy grabs the man's wrist and says, "Not for long." The rogue jabs his sword through the man's chest and a portal opens behind him. Your sword can't stop opening portals. Okay, while we are winding this story down, other than Sneaky Boy, let in chat one other person who wants to join us for the final multiplayer game. And we don't need to wrap this up right this second. I'm just saying we're clearly heading in that direction. So who in chat wants to do the final, join us for the final one? You should open up a portal inside him. That'd be horrifying. Yeah, super cool, dude. I don't know what genre we're gonna do. We'll pick one. We'll let you guys choose. Zydo instinctively shoots an arrow at the man Sneaky Boy is attacking. And super cool, dude. Were you here for when I read out the rules? Or should I go over it again before we do the run? Yeah, we can do Cyberpunk. Zydo instinctively shoots an arrow at the man Sneaky Boy is attacking. Sneaky Boy's arrow pierces the dying man's heart and the portal closes, leaving him behind. Sneaky Boy grabs his friends and runs through the portal. They dive through. It's light just before it closes. Laughs in a disturbing tone, saying, "It's good. Everything's good. We're happy. I never murdered anyone." Sneaky Boy says, "This sword is pretty good. The only downside is that it opens random fucking portals." Sneaky Boy's friends nod in agreement. Anyways, I guess the best bet, we should be getting back to the guild. The rogue looks around and asks, oh, one second, I gotta get rid of this. The rogue looks around and he asks, "Hey, shouldn't there be a sword in your room too?" Zydo says, "Yeah, there should be." The three friends return to Zydo's room and they see a broken window. They look outside and they see the knight clad in silver armor with a sword in his hand. He begins walking towards the city walls as if he owns the place. I have no clue, Sneaky Boy. "Oi, what are you doing with my sword?" Zydo says. The man stops and turns around. He's wearing a helmet that covers his face in the shadows, but his eyes are glowing red. He points at the sword at the thieves, and he says, "Come and get it." Tonkles jumps at the man like a feral beast and begins gnawing at his throat. I've gone full feral from my mind break. The man screams and falls to the ground, trying to get the wild gnome off of him. Zydo and Sneaky Boy run over and they pull Tonkel off the man. They easily subdue him and take back the sword. The three rogues stare at the defeated knight and they ask themselves, well, listen, your murder is what made my mind break. Tonkel was a good guy, but he had a very fragile mind. And being complicit with a random murderer made his mind break, and he's now reverted to a feral state. They ask themselves, what do we do with him? Sneaky Boy says, we'll dig him a grave, but let's loot him first. Ignore that I just started typing we eat and then I erased it. Sneaky Boy pulls off the man's armor. He starts going through his clothes while Zydo and Tonkel check the rest of the gear. They find a bunch of gold coins and a lockpick set and some other items. After looting the knight, they carry him outside the city walls. Choose on the knight's fingers. Meat. Tongles bites off one of the man's fingers and spews blood all over his face. They drop the body to the ground and disappear into the forest, leaving nothing behind but a trail of blood. God, you're a horrible person. You lose 1 point. Tonkles recites, and I wonder why he did it or who he was. Zydo stops talking and looks back at his friends. Sneaky Boy and Tonkel look back at him with confusion in their faces. They all shrug and continue walking back through the forest towards their guild. Tonkles recites an awful poem describing their murders. Sneaky Boy sells the armor to the nearest armor smith on their way to the guild. The rogues arrive at the Thieves Guild, and they hand their leader, a red fox named Soren, all of their items. They tell him about the knight that they desecrated, and about the portal they opened. Soren stares at them, and he says, oh, dang, I gotta get rid of my command. What does he say? There's a channel on Discord for the rules, but I'll go over it. I'll go over it before we do our last run. Well, that's great and all, but I have some bad news for you. Before Soren can say another word, a man in a blue robe walks through the door. As if he passes by, the rogue stops and stares at them. He points to each of them and says, "You've been chosen." He starts to walk away before Soren asks the man a question. "Who are you?" The man smiles. "I'm a blue mage. Now that I have you here, it's time to choose. Will you be on my side or will you be against me?" Leaps at the man and gnaws at his throat in a feral state. Leaps at the blue mage. Oh, I think that will answer his question. Will you be with me or against me? Tonkel Tongal's assault is met by the blue mage's pointed finger. A blue bolt of magic fires from his fingertip and hits Tongal's in the chest. The blue bolt explosion that causes Tongal to fly backwards. The explosion is so strong that it blows the gnome's body into pieces. The blue mage is a powerful wizard. You gain 5 points. So my character is gone. I'm dead. My character, listen, there is nothing going to happen with my guy except for that. Now you guys are like, I guess we're with you. After seeing that, I guess we're on your side. I'm not going to be a ghost. I'm dead. Although feral ghost would be pretty funny. Well, since you killed a comrade, we expect some compensation. Although, the gnome body getting blown into pieces would have been a good place to say the moral of the story is. The blue mage snickers, and he says, so, you join me in exchange for power? Sneaky boy nods. The blue mage smiles, and he says, come with me then. He leads Sneaky boy to a bookshelf, and he points to a small red book. The mage says, this is a book of shadows. I suggest you take it. Sneaky boy grabs the book and then follows the mage out of the room. Soren turns to Zydo and asks him a question. So, will you join me? Yes or no? Hey! Super cool dude. Super cool dude, I have an idea. Are you there? Okay. Guys, hang on for a second. After this command, hang on for a second. Here's what we're gonna do. Okay, I'm gonna read this command out and then pause the adventure for a second. Zydo looks around in confusion and shock after the recent events. Soren's large, bright green eyes look deeply into Zydo's own dark gray eyes. The pinkish red stripes on Soren's face move closer to Zydo's facial features. As this happens, Zydo can feel the heat from Soren's furry body. I had an idea. Wait, no more commands for a second, okay? We need to talk through something real fast. So, my character is dead, so we only have 2 people. Sneaky, why don't you join and replace me? Let's go over the rules real fast. So, what we're trying to do... Here, I'll get the code real fast. Okay, multiplayer planning. At Super Cool Dude. This is the code. So the rules, this is what we need to keep in mind. What we mean by replace me is that my character is dead, so I'm not going to play along. I'm going to read out your guy's story. He's going to be a new character that comes in. Okay. The rules. 1. Roleplay your character. Avoid using story commands and modifying things about the world. Mostly try to do and say commands. So focus on just controlling your character and not other people's characters. Number 2, try to work together with the others to create a story together. So be patient. Don't hog all the commands for yourself. Let other people have turns. Read the AI's text before you respond, and don't just like randomly make your character go to other areas of the world and do shit away from them. Work together as a unit. And also, if people are playing in ways that you wouldn't play yourself, don't get mad at them. Don't lash out. We're just trying to have fun. So, let me just check to see if you've joined the game yet. Okay, we have him in the game. So I'm going to read what has happened. So, Soren, Sneaky Boy says, well, I will join you, but that depends on my comrade as well. Let's hear his opinion on this too. Soren laughs loudly and says, "We'll talk about that later, after I speak to the Grand Necromancer." He leaves the guild and heads to the fortress. Zyto and Sneaky Boy are left in the guild hall. They are unsure of what to do next. Okay, what is your name? What is your character's name? Super cool dude. Okay, have you you can do a story command to introduce your character to the party. Oh, you're Seto Kaiba from Yu-Gi-Oh? So name your character and introduce yourself to the party, and then you three can do this. Blue eyes, white dragon. What is it, like red eyes, black dragon or something? I don't know. I never watched much Yu-Gi-Oh. Zyto says, "Poor Tonkle." Sneaky Boy sits down and says, "We really should be focusing on our next big mission." Zyto also sits down. He asks Sneaky Boy a question. "Who were you talking to earlier?" Sneaky Boy replies, "I was talking to someone wearing all black." Sneaky Boy says, "You're right. That poor bastard didn't deserve to die like that. He was feral, but he could still be saved." Sneaky Boy closes his eyes and meditates. Zyto stands up and says, "I'm going to rest too. This has been a tiring day." The next morning, the two rogues wake up and start their normal routine. Seto Kaiba walks into the hall with his dual disc and Blue Eyes deck. He says, "All right now, I will be the boss here, as I am better in Yu-Gi-Oh than all of you together, so start respecting me as your boss." The two rogues laugh. They say in unison, "Sure, boss." Seto Kaiba says, "I'm taking the day off today, so I can prepare for my journey to Nalhagrand." Sneaky Boy asks Kaiba, I'm going to hit enter. "Are you going to Nalhagrand by yourself?" Kaiba grins and says, "Do you doubt my abilities?" Sneaky Boy smiles back. "Of course not, boss." Zyto says, "I'm ready to go on the mission. I prepared my gear last night." I know, really, Zyto. Sneaky Boy says, "So, what's the mission for us? Well, you go fuck off to Nalhagrand." Kaiba says, "I'm leaving that up to you. Just be prepared for anything." Zyto and Sneaky Boy step outside the guild hall. They look up at the nearby square tower square clock and see that it's noon. Gamer guy, you're pretty young. How the heck do you know about Yu-Gi-Oh? Kaiba says, "I'm leaving that up to you. Just be prepared." Oh, okay, yeah, we've seen that. Seto Kaiba says, "You go with me as I need to find my brother, Mokuba, as she got kidnapped by a group of people again. The guild closes its door shut and the two rogues are trapped inside, curious about what is going on. They walk over to the window and peek through the curtain. They see Kaiba standing in front of a statue of Maximilian Pegasus. They watch as people start swarming to him." Sneaky boy. Sneaky boy, while he watches the statue, he also inspects Zyto. Zyto is wearing a black tank top and gray skinny jeans. He has dark blue Converse on. Sneaky boy loves the way his hair looks in this light. The people at the statue quickly part with Seto Kaiba, as Seto Kaiba walks towards it. So we're all fantasy dudes, like a gnome. Sneaky boy is like a short, ugly man in like a black robe, and then you're just wearing some like fucking Converses. You sound like a skater. Your character is dressed like a skater kid. Zyto grabs his skateboard and dodges the paladin's attack. Zyto kicks against the door, shouting, "Why is that always happening to us, damn it?" As the door opens, the rogue is greeted with a shout from the crowd. "Hey, who are you?" Kaiba walks up to the crowd and he says, "All right, listen up. I am looking for my brother Mokuba." The crowd parts and a large man stands in front of the two rogues. He asks Kaiba, "Listen, it's not so bad getting trapped in a building if you have a fucking portal sword." Yeah, grinding on dudes' swords. You grind on the Minotaur's blade and hit him in the face with a... Yeah. Kaiba says, "I'm Seto Kaiba, the owner of this gaming company." The man says, "I don't see how this is any of your concern." Zyto turns to Sneaky Boy and asks him, "Do you know who that man is?" Seto Kaiba looks at the man. Sneaky Boy is speechless. He knows that the man in front of him is his brother, Mokuba. Mokuba looks different. He is muscular and much taller than Sneaky Boy remembered. Mokuba says, "Zyto, is that you? What the hell are you doing here?" Killbot says, "You're not fighting things. Go fight things. No points gained." Yeah, I think we've just shifted into anime. We shifted from like traditional Western fantasy to like a weird anime. Zyto says, "I'm as confused as you, mate." Mokuba says, "Come on, let's go to the Kaiba mansion and talk it over there." The two brothers turn away from the crowd and start walking down a pathway. Zyto and Sneaky Boy spot the Emperor of Equestria following behind them. Is Equestria where My Little Pony is? Is that a My Little Pony thing? And is Mokuba actually from Yu-Gi-Oh? Those are my two questions. Well, oh Lord. Oh gosh. Okay, I'm gonna look up Mokuba real fast. Okay, so there is actually a Mokuba Kaiba. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. And Equestria. And Equestria is My Little Pony. Okay. Sneaky Boy stops and asks the Emperor of Equestria what he's doing here. The The Emperor of Equestria walks up to the rogue and he says, I'm following Mokuba. I have some business to discuss with him. The Emperor's eyes are glowing slightly as he is staring at Zydo. Zydo says, you must be the Emperor of Equestria. What are the things called on My Little Pony? Is it like cutie marks or something? What's the thing? They have a sign on each of their hips that's like a clover or like a fucking apple or something. Do you know what I'm talking about? Sneaky Boy says, what kind of business do you have with him? Equestria says, it's a secret project that will change the course of history. He turns to look at Zydo and says, now come on, let's go, my friend. Because all you guys could have the My Little Pony marks. Let me look up cutie mark to see if that's a thing. Hopefully I don't stumble into something awful. Cutie marks, I think that's it. I think that is what it is called. Oh there, mate. From where am I supposed to know you, eh? Mokuba stops as he turns around. He says, Zydo, you should know the Emperor of Equestria. He is the one who saved Mom and Dad from the debt collectors. What? The Emperor of Equestria smiles at Zydo. Why is this weirdly colored pony talking? Seto asks. The Emperor of Equestria says, sorry about that. You know how teenagers are. He turns to the rogue and he says, come on, I'll tell you about it in the car. Zydo and Sneaky Boy start walking after him. We've officially ejected from fantasy. We're now stuck in the world of fucking fan fiction. We are out of fantasy and we are into fanfic. Sneaky Boy, Zydo, I need to know what your cutie marks are. My Little Ponies have cutie marks. They have like the little symbols that represent who they are. I wasn't hitting on you or something. You guys are like, what? You want to know about my cutie mark? You don't want to get an AI generated cutie mark? I like how you guys are like, what are you talking about right now? Why are you asking us about this obscure thing? I'm just kidding. You don't have to. I'm joking. Listen, Tonkles is dead. I'm actually going to do an input really soon. Okay, why is a pony talking? I don't believe in magic. Seto Kaiba, friendship is magic. The Emperor of Equestria turns around and says, I'm not a pony. I'm an Alacronian centaur, part horse, part man. We've gone back to fantasy. He continues walking and says, and to answer your question, I'm talking because I have business with your brother. Seto Kaiba says, what kind of business? The Emperor of Equestria stops walking and looks at Seto Kaiba. The Emperor of Equestria says, I'm recruiting him into an elite military force. Seto Kaiba says, that's interesting. I'm going to do a quick command. We can erase this after, but I want to do a quick command. Before Tonkle's death, he had a cutie mark on his hip. His cutie mark was an image of a... I just want to see what Tonkle's cutie mark was. We can erase this if it derails. A shield with a crown on top. Oh, cool. Okay, it didn't derail. Zydo, Sneaky Boy, and Seto Kaiba arrive at a large building. The building looks like it's made out of metal, but the rogue isn't sure what metal it is. Damn it, I had a badass cutie mark. Maybe I was a secret king. Or maybe I defended the king. Or I went full feral. The rogue isn't sure what metal is? Dang it, man. I haven't seen this type of metal before. What is it? It's bronze. The Emperor of Equestria says it's a stronger metal than you've ever seen. He walks toward the entrance, and the four enter. The Emperor of Equestria stops in front of two big doors, on which are written boardroom. The Emperor of Equestria pushes open the doors. Seto Kaiba summons his Blue Eyes White Dragon to find out what metal it really is. The White Dragon flies over the building and it burns a hole in the roof. The rogue looks up and sees that the roof is made out of a metal he's never seen before. Zydo, Sneaky Boy, and Seto Kaiba walk in the boardroom. I like how everyone's like, okay, you can burn down this super expensive rare metal, whatever. Go for it. Zydo says, "Oi, Kaiba, this is dangerous." The Emperor of Equestria sits at the head of the table. Sitting to his right is a pony with dark green skin, no hair, and yellow eyes. In front of the pair is an orange fisherman with purple spots and razor-sharp teeth. The Emperor of Equestria says... Everyone, this is Zydo, and these are his friends. The green-skinned pony says, "What kind of name is Zydo?" Zydo walks up to the table. He grabs the orange fisherman's throat and pushes him against the table. Oh, shit. Oh, Lord. Don't you know what we did to the innkeeper earlier? And to the knight? Seto Kaiba says, "Does it look like I care? I don't care about anyone but Mokuba." Zydo squeezes at the throat of the fisherman. The fisherman's eyes bulge, and he stops struggling. The green-skinned pony says, "Enough, Zydo." The Emperor of Equestria raises his hands, and a blue field forms around the rogue and the orange fisherman. Zydo lets go of the fisherman's throat. The Emperor of Equestria says, "Enough, cephalopods." Zydo drops the orange fisherman on the table. He walks back to stand with Sneaky Boy and Seto Kaiba. The Emperor of Equestria says, "So where did the cephalopods come from? Is Cthulhu coming back into the game?" Now that the pleasantries are over, I will introduce you to Captain Roldan of the Knackle Fleet. The orange fisherman stands up and says, "It's a distinct honor to meet you." Captain Roldan looks at the Emperor of Equestria and says, "You didn't tell them about the plan?" Seto Kaiba asks nicely where Mokuba is. The Emperor Roldan says, "I thought you told them." The Emperor of Equestria jumps on top of the table and pounces on Captain Roldan. He lands on top of him and punches his face several times. The green-skinned pony puts up a force field separating the pair. "You were mean to the Emperor. You lose 2 points," says Empathy Bot. "Dang it, Emperor. You went down a different route than I guessed." I'm just fixing that. Sneaky Boy says, is this the elite team you were talking about earlier, Emperor? The Emperor of Equestria stands up and wipes the blood off his face. He looks at the rogue, and he says, yes. Sneaky Boy walks over to the doors, and he says, let's go. Zydo turns around and follows Sneaky Boy towards the exit. What even is the plan that you guys are supposed to be doing? Here's an elite fleet. Here's our plan. And then everyone starts fighting. Let's roll. Okay, sounds good. Zydo pouts and whispers, and I couldn't even land a hit on the fisherman. Aw, Zydo. The Emperor of Equestria says, Captain, I want you to lead this mission. I want you to capture the crew and bring them back. Captain Roldan nods as he stands up. The Emperor of Equestria turns to the rogues and says, we're going back to my office. The Emperor wants the crew captured alive. That is good for you, but bad for the civilians. You gain 10 points, Empathy Bot. Wow, Empathy Bot being generous right now. Zydo says, and then, what'll happen then? The Emperor of Equestria walks to the doors. He turns around and says, you'll be executed. Zydo looks at Sneaky Boy and Seto Kaiba. He whispers, this way we can't hurt the Emperor, right? What? Seto Kaiba says, let me guess, Emperor, a snake dragon called Discord makes you trouble? Well, for money, I could do anything you want. The Emperor of Equestria sits down in his Reddit chair. He crosses his legs and says, money? What are you, a pirate? I want you to capture this creature for me. I don't frickin' know, Zydo. I don't frickin' know. This is called My Little Pony. Friendship is tragic. If you do, I will give you your lives. Sneaky Boy and Zydo look at each other. Sneaky Boy says, we're in. Zydo nods. The Emperor of Equestria laughs, and he says, I knew you would be. Why are the main characters of this freaking Mokuba from Yu-Gi-Oh and the Emperor of Equestria from My Little Pony? We were doing like a D&D story, and suddenly we've gone full like Saturday morning cartoon with weird violence. Seto Kaiba says, don't get cocky or I might just ditch this job. The Emperor of Equestria says, good. This will be quite easy for you. I want you to go back to your rooms and prepare. I'll send the guards with you. Sneaky Boy walks up to the Emperor of Equestria and says, which ones? Sneaky Boy pulls out his map to pinpoint the location of the snake dragon known as Discord. The Emperor of Equestria stands up and says, none. I want you to use this time to prepare. Sneaky Boy looks at Zydo for help. He sees that the albino is already flicking his wrist. He sends out a fireball to light up the room. So we've just learned out, Zydo, that this whole time you've been an albino. So you're an albino in a black tank top, blue skinny jeans, and Converse sneakers. Zydo says, is that help enough? The Emperor of Equestria shields his eyes from the light. He turns and sees the rogues running for the door. He is furious. He jumps out of his red chair and runs after the rogues. Sneaky Boy says, bro, Zydo, you didn't have to burn the whole room. Better than what Kaiba did with the dragon. The Emperor of Equestria runs through the doors. He flies into the air and lands on top of the rogues. He picks them up and holds them in his hands. He turns to the guards and says, I want you to kill these two. I like how this Emperor of Equestria is just a straight up centaur. Sneaky Boy draws forth his portal sword. Oh yeah, that sword. The Emperor of Equestria sees the sword and gets scared. He drops the rogues to the ground and he flies back to his office. He slams the door shut and he locks it. Sneaky Boy says, Zydo, grab that sword. It's our only way out of here. Sedekaiba says, got any magic books I could read? I don't believe in magic. If I saw magic happen in front of me several times. Zydo takes out his sword and says, what do you think? He points the sword at the door and a blue beam fires from its tip. The blue beam disappears into the door and there it is. And there is a click. The door opens slightly and Sneaky Boy pushes it further open. Zydo throws the sword towards Sneaky Boy to catch. Sneaky Boy catches the sword and he gives it back to Zydo. The albino begins to fly upwards. He flies right through the window in the office and into the starry sky. He can't believe how easy it is to fly. He thinks, how could I have ever been afraid of heights? You're an amazing character. Sneaky Boy learned how to fly. You gain 5 points. Sedekaiba looks at him in disbelief. What's SOR? Welcome back. I'm sorry you lost a good run. What is SOR? Sneaky Boy runs up to the Emperor's office. He sees the Emperor sitting in his chair. He is rubbing his eyes and he looks confused. The guards are trying to calm the Emperor down. Sneaky Boy holds up his sword and it glows a deep blue color. Judgebot. Sneaky Boy is a powerful wizard. You gain 5 points. Oh, Streets of Rogue. I was actually literally just thinking about buying that game yesterday. Zydo lands behind Sneaky Boy and Sedekaiba. Sneaky Boy slashes the sword through the air and it cuts through the Emperor's neck. He holds up his head to show that he's dead. Zydo and Sedekaiba look at him in admiration. They think, that was awesome. Judgebot, Sneaky Boy is cool. You gain 10 points. Man, Sneaky Boy, you're getting us a ton of points. Zydo says, mate, I wouldn't even be that awesome with my best kickflip. Listen, Zydo, you can fly. A reporter says, today, the rogue sorcerer and former Emperor of Equestria, Sombra, was found dead at his desk in his office. He was murdered by an infamous thief. The late Emperor was known for his evil deeds. Thank you for reading. Sneaky Boy loots the Emperor's treasure vault. That's funny. Sneaky Boy, Zydo, and Sedekaiba enter the Emperor's treasure room. They see piles of gold, jewels, and rare artifacts from ancient times. They realize they are truly rich. Zydo and Sedekaiba start grabbing as much as they can. Lawfulbot doesn't care about that. You get no points. Are Lawfulbot and Goodbot new? Are there bots for all alignments? Like, is there evil bot, chaotic bot, neutral bot, stuff like that? Sneaky Boy, instead of the golden jewels, he is interested in the artifacts. Sneaky Boy picks up a golden staff with a bright red crystal on top. He holds it up and it begins to glow brighter and brighter until it blinds him. And he drops the staff and it hits the ground. The staff breaks in half and reveals a glowing red crystal. Congrats, you have 2 glowing red crystals. Good bot like that. You gain 1 point. Yeah, you have matching crystals. What happens if you put them together? Saito Kaiba says, "Where is your magical friendship now, Emperor?" He says to the Emperor's separated head. Zaido grabs the crystal and his fingers begin to burn and he drops the crystal. He yells in pain. Saito Kaiba picks up the crystal and his hands begin to burn. Doesn't hurt as much as Zaido's did, but it still hurts. Oh, that's true. Can you dual wield? Zaido says, "Bruv, that crystal's sus." The crystal disappears into thin air. Sneaky Boy doesn't know where it went. He looks around the room for it, but doesn't see it anywhere. He knows it has to be here somewhere. Suddenly, the crystal reappears and attaches itself to the staff. It grows brighter than ever, and then nothingness. Zaido blinks a few times in confusion. The crystal and staff disappears before their eyes. They are speechless. Sneaky Boy says, "Do you think it was magic?" Saito Kaiba says, "Of course it was magic, you half-blind fool, even though I don't believe in magic." Zaido just stares at the empty space where the crystal and staff once were. Sneaky Boy attempts to draw forth the power of the crystal that appears to have reattached itself to the wand. Sneaky Boy grabs the staff and nothing happens. He tries to channel the anger, but it doesn't work. He just feels silly. Zaido says, "Maybe you have to be a sorcerer, like the Emperor." Saito Kaiba says, "Maybe. I've heard that sometimes absolute power does corrupt absolutely." Good bot doesn't care about that. You gain no points. Saito Kaiba says, "It's probably an infinity stone, not a crystal." Infinity stones, says Saito Kaiba. They have the power to rewrite reality. Zaido says, "That's very rare. The most famous one is the one that Thanos used to kill half of all life in the universe." Guys, what is with this crossover fan fiction? By the way, don't worry, that plot point about Thanos killing half the universe did not happen in any movie or comic book. It is not a spoiler. Don't worry. Zaido says, "Let's be careful with it." Sneaky Boy says, "I'm not touching it again. After what happened last time." Zaido looks at Sneaky Boy. So does Saito Kaiba. Zaibo says, "You know, you're right." Saito Kaiba says, let's find out what he says. Of course you are. They all laugh. The crystal disappears once more. It appears the Emperor's staff. It appears in the Emperor's staff, where it presumably remains today. Okay, shall we get to wrapping this up and doing morals and stuff like that? Saito Kaiba says, "Okay, what is happening?" That's a good question. Zaibo grabs both of his friends and they are transported through a portal to the Emperor's chambers where the Emperor himself sits. Oh, this is weird. "Welcome, gentlemen. I've been waiting for you," he continues. "I have something to show you." He opens a box and pulls out a glowing orange gem with a slightly purple tint to it. Sneaky Boy says, Sir, we got the Staff of Zalos. We got it from the innkeeper. The Emperor laughs. No, my friends. I believe you have something much more valuable right here. He points to the Infinity Stone. Zyto says, where did you get that? It's a mix of fear and surprise. What does it do? Asks Sneaky Boy. Tonkles got the Staff of Zalos, and then he went feral and died. Is this a different emperor? Seto Kaiba says it's purple, so it's a stone of power, infinite strength. It's an orange gem. The emperor says a man by the name of Baron Varsakin has it, and he's been using it to take over the city of Dalarg. It's Seto Kaiba's turn to be surprised. He exclaims, Baron Varsakin. He's been ruling Dalarg for decades. The Emperor continues. I know, and he's been using this to keep himself alive all this time. What happens if the stone gets destroyed? What if it breaks? Zyto says it's not going to break. The Emperor laughs one more time and says, we'll see about that. Sneaky Boy takes the stone and absorbs its power. Is this going to turn into the end of Reventure? Nothing happens. Sneaky Boy tries to pick up the Emperor and he can't even move his arm. Zyto says, damn. The Emperor laughs harder and harder and says... He laughs harder than ever and says... Ha! I made a bet with myself. You wouldn't do it. You see, you can't handle the power of a god. Zyto says, wait, what? You're a god? The Emperor laughs one last time and says... Well, your sword is a god, maybe. Yes, I am. And so are you. He continues, we are gods. Anyone who wields this type of power is a god. Zyto asks, what exactly do you want? The Emperor replies, I want us to join forces and conquer the world. Sneaky Boy asks, why? Seto Kaiba says, you'll die if you absorb the stone. The Emperor says, because we can. Zyto looks at his two friends and realizes the Emperor is right. He thinks to himself, why not take over the world? It's something I've always wanted to do. At this point, Zyto feels the purple stone trying to suck him in again. Sneaky Boy channels the power of the stone, which he absorbed. Sneaky Boy is hit with a blast of pure power. He flies backwards and slams into the wall behind him. The Emperor yells, now we've got some power to wield. Zyto stands up and looks at his friends. He realizes they are right. With this power, you might even be able to revive Tonkles. That's amazing. You might be able to revive your feral throat-biting friend who has no logic about him anymore, and he just bites throats. Zyto decides to slowly try to grasp the power of the stone. Don't resurrect me. I'm just gonna bite the Emperor's throat. You know it. The Emperor yells, come on, you can do it. Zyto is hit by a large blast of purple lightning and gets severely injured. This isn't good at all. Zyto realizes he's going to die soon if he can't get medical attention. However, The Emperor has a point. Empathy bot. You were mean to the Emperor. You lose 2 points. Seto Kaiba says, where is Mokuba? Shit, he is gone again. The Emperor yells, where are you going? But Seto Kaiba runs out of the throne room and heads to the dungeons. He hears Mokuba's voice as he runs down the stairs. He runs to his younger brother. Moki, what are you doing? You're supposed to be in your room. Sneaky Boy uses the portal sword to yoink the soul stone from the underworld. Sneaky Boy pulls the stone from Mokuba's chest and absorbs its power, killing him instantly. Oh, yes! The Emperor yells in anger, give that back. Zydo starts to challenge the powerful lightning bolt towards Sneaky Boy. What will you do? You must choose. You good bolt like that. You gain 1 point. Nice! You killed Mokuba. This is what we like to see. Oh, Lord. This has gone to chaos. This is the kind of chaos we like, though. Sneaky Boy reaps the soul of the Emperor. The Emperor's body falls to the floor, dead, and he begins to feel the Soul Stone's power flow through him. He turns around and sees Zydo coming towards him. With a powerful blast of lightning in his hands, he yells, no! Zydo yells, yes! Or says yes. I don't know why Zydo and Sneaky Boy started fighting, but I'm totally down. I gather that Seto Kaiba is going to be unhappy that Sneaky Boy just killed his brother that he's been searching for this whole game. Lawful Bot doesn't care about that. You gain no points. Seto Kaiba kills Sneaky Boy by repeatedly punching him in the face and the neck. He is nothing but an angry man now. Seto Kaiba is hit by an even more powerful bolt of lightning that loses his grip on life. The Emperor says, good job, Zydo. One thing left to do, leave the castle. Zydo nods in agreement and hands over the soul stone. So pause for 1 second. When we're doing things with like other characters, like we don't generally want to use story mode to take control of their fate. So for things like that, I would like to do like attempts to kill whatever. Just because the story mode, it can kind of just be like, okay, you're yoinked out of the game, rather than seeing how the AI processes it, right? It's fun to kill each other, but I don't think story mode should be used to just like remove a character. Personally, that's just my take on it. Sneaky Boy says, we were comrades in arm once. Why did it have to be like this? Oh, okay. Okay, sure. The Emperor pauses and thinks about his two enemies. He realizes that they are right. He, sorry. That's funny, Doctor. The Emperor pauses and thinks about his two enemies. He realizes they are right. He used to be friends with them both. He drops to the floor and begins to weep for all the choices that led them here. The three of them sit there in that room, weeping tears of regret for their misdeeds. Okay, 1 second. Oh, actually, never mind. I'm not going to do that. Sneaky Boy uses the Soul Stone to revive Mokuba. The stone glows bright purple, and in that moment, Mokuba is alive again. A blinding light appears. When it fades away, they see a strange man standing before them. He says, I am Argos, the purple dragon. I've come to judge you. Zato yells, no! We did what we had to do. Argus says, true. But it is my job to decide whether you go to the infernal realm, the celestial realm, or back to Earth to be reincarnated. At least one of us is dead. Seto Kaiba punches Argos. Argus is knocked to the ground, but quickly gets up and blasts Zyto with a purple bolt of lightning, killing him instantly. He turns to the Emperor and Sneaky Boy. He says, before I decide, you must tell me, who sent you back in time? You both hesitate to speak. Seto Kaiba says, I did. Join the club, Zyto. It's been fun. Argus sends a bolt of lightning into Seto Kaiba's chest, electrocuting him. He turns to Sneaky Boy and says, talk or I'll strike you down too. Sneaky Boy realizes he has no choice. In between sobs, he tells the dragon everything. So I think only Sneaky Boy is alive now. Argus is satisfied with the answer and he turns to leave. He says, I have decided to send all three of you back to Earth. You may be reincarnated. He raises his hands, and in a flash of blinding light, the dragon and the two men are gone. I'm gonna hit enter because this is a story like you guys are getting reincarnated. Let's see what happens. Argus is gone too, but Mokuba isn't. He's still standing there alive. The purple dragon has sent him back in time too. So I think you're alive again, Zyto. And Seto Kaiba. I was gonna have us, Zyto, I was gonna have you and I playing Pogs in a spirit realm. Okay. Let's check out the moral then. With great power comes great responsibility. Okay. Zyto's cutie mark was an image of a shield with a crown on top. What? Cutie mark was an image of... We had the same cutie mark. A skull with two lightning bolts coming from the top. And Seto Kaiba's cutie mark was an image of... That would be a plot twist. Two dragons facing each other. In the afterlife. Tonkles. Still has no cutie mark. The moral of the story, My Little Pony, friendship is magic. Oh, I think when I died, you stole my cutie mark. I see someone typing, so I'm going to wait to see what they do. But I think we're at the end of the story. Seto Kaiba vomits. And that's a good place to end it. We'll end it on vomit. You puke all over the place. You just keep repeating, this can't be happening to yourself. Mokuba says it happened all right. He laughs and starts talking about some cute girl he saw in school. Oh, thanks a lot for the follow, Demon. I hope you have enjoyed the stream. So real quickly, here's what we're gonna do. So everyone, I want to thank you guys all for hanging out. If you're interested. Oh, dang. that's some timing. If you guys are interested, that's my Twitter. That's my Discord. In the Discord, every Saturday, we are going to do these multiplayer AI dungeon streams. I really liked the format today. I liked it without doing the turns. I liked it with having small groups that we do this together. I thought it was a lot of fun. So if you enjoy taking part in that, or if you want to take part in future multiplayer sessions, every week we will do this every Saturday. I think that the multiplayer sessions are a good thing to do. So every Saturday, I'm going to start with one single player story and then shift to multiplayer, I think. If anyone's new to the channel, every Saturday, we do AI Dungeon. Every Tuesday, we play terrible, like really low reviewed Steam games. Every Friday, I play horror games. And every other day of the week, we do variety games. Yeah, I chose all this music for Neon Falcom has a great music library, and this is my outro music I chose, which, funny enough, is from a game called Zwei, the Argus Adventure. Argus, the exact same name as that demon we just saw. Yep, Zwei. This song is from... Yeah, I can actually see it below my stream in the comments. Or below my stream, I have the 3 musics I use. 2 are from Gurumin, A Monstrous Adventure, and 1 is from Zwei, the Artist Adventure. So thanks so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I had a lot of fun today. I think we should do this again. Let's see if there's someone we can raid. Who's on? Okay. We're gonna raid Mr. Trolldemort, okay? He's a viewer of our channel. Nice guy. He's playing some Danganronpa. So, let me just open this up. I'm going to raid channel. Mr. Trolldemort. Let's do this. Start raid. Thanks so much for hanging out, everyone. I had fun. Let's do this.